to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the great for them. Sebi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with.
We are back yet again here for another day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League of Western Europe Spring 2022 season. I know it's a lot of words and a lot of numbers, but all you need to know, it's day 2 of our Super Weekend here, and we have 5 more matches to go underway until we can get to our 3rd and final day of our very first week in play overall out of 4 weeks in total. But before we can start to break down what's happened yesterday and talk about what's coming today, remember you guys can follow us on social media. You can interact with us. You can also, follow myself. You can follow the people on the desk. Follow the people who are casting. Interact. We love to chat with all the fans and all the people who are supporting their favorite teams. And definitely like to talk to the players too. So if you're a player out there watching, hit us up. We want to hit you up for some information. And speaking of information, and I depend to bring me all the info here to make these shows possible and to break everything down for my very stupid mind. We got Maxman and Kalaris joining me once again on the desk, looking happy, looking healthy, looking
dashing, shimmering,
dashing.
Splendid.
I was distracted by Max's face, and I didn't.
I was doing Dwayne. I was doing the Dwayne. I can't do the eyebrow thing, but I'm trying.
Dwayne, can't raise an eyebrow like this. Huh? It's all right.
I can't. I don't control my eyebrows really well. I'm trying.
I practiced it in the mirror. So.
Jason's got a pretty good one.
He's closing an eye.
I was tilting my head down. Okay, fine.
Okay, all right, okay.
I mean, yeah, you kind of have to close one. Anyways, let's move past this. Let's start to talk about what's happened so far yesterday. And one thing that's kind of continued to be consistent as ever is kind of Game Lord's domination. We'll show you actually where they're currently sitting at here as our overall stands are going to pop up here. 91 points in 1 day. In a super weekend. That's just redonkulous.
Well, when you look back to last season, right, the 2 teams that had the most chicken dinners in the super weekends were both Game Lord and Eastern Stars. They had 6 chicken dinners over the course of the 45 games. This, right, James, is a lot closer to what we initially expected going into this tournament. They're still missing a little bit of Unicorns of Love. There's currently an 8th. We want to see more presence from these guys, but Game Lord Eastern Stars being at the top, it's really what we expect to see since the first day.
Not a huge surprise in terms of, as you say, what we came in with. Some teams, though, that had, a really nice start, I suppose, here to league play. Teams like RESQ, kind of, unfortunately, having little bits of slips off here and there down towards this 9th through 16th. A super young roster, I think, after what we saw from them in league play, Jason. We were hoping for a little bit more of a kick in the right direction to start things off in the super weekend, but it's not come to fruition just yet.
The funny thing is, they actually... Was it Destiny we were looking back at in like the first season, the spring season, so 1 year ago actually, where they would perform so well when it came to league play, and then we went to the super weekend and they go from that roaring tiger down to a cute little kitty cat. And we're seeing the kind of the similar thing for them. The thing is, right, no matter how many points teams get, no matter how low you are on the leaderboard, at the end of the day of these 3 weeks of super weekends, you just got to be top 16. So even if you're clear vision at the very bottom, just got to focus on, we got to build up points. And if we don't qualify for a super weekend, then we have to depend on that buffer. And it's not really a big deal if you're not #1 right now, though every chicken dinner is worth $1,000. And right now, Game Lord and Eastern Stars know about that, as they have 2K each. And well, speaking of Game Lord, let's take a look at them. They looked impressive when it came to league play. They're looking even more impressive going into the super weekend. This team is really being that Avenger level threat, Max. And normally when you say that, I'm just like, okay, he's just saying that yet again. But Game Lord has not only looked good last season, they have maintained that and continue to improve here in this first week.
Yeah, and when we looked at the very first 2 days of play, right, the 2 players we definitely saw stand out were Victor and Narvalo, but now we saw the entire team really step up. We had Trazen secure that first chicken dinner of the day yesterday. We also had the good presence of Victor taking himself that 1v1 versus Doran. Every single player is currently pulling their weight, where Rob's also had some really good stats on the first Miramar, I believe.
For sure.
So we are seeing all of the players of Game Lord do their job, which is what we saw from last season. And this is also Game Lord playing a completely different playstyle, and yet they're still getting this good amount of points every single game. So this is the team that I think is to beat right now in this tournament.
And here's the most exciting thing for me about seeing this performance already, is that, yes, They won the championship in the previous season. They won EU West, which was great for them. However, was that enough to just say, okay, yeah, we're the champions, brilliant? No, they didn't do that. They then went away, they changed a few things, brought on Trazen, who, as we've already mentioned, a fantastic addition to the roster as a whole, and said, actually, one championship's not enough. 2 championships is what we're looking for here. They're looking with flying colors to be able to do so. And hey, maybe even PMGC down the road if this team continues leveling up the way they are, Jason.
Yeah, you actually brought up a really cool point I didn't think about. They're off the back of a high of winning PMPL Western Europe. Then they went to the European Regional Championship and they didn't qualify for PMGC there. Yeah. To go on such a high of winning an event after having struggles of the previous season to then not make it into PMGC, that's got to hurt. And I wonder if they're back with a vengeance here. And obviously we did get to see PENTA, or Unicorns of Love then, now known as TJB now, as a real representative of Western Europe. They want to be that team. And honestly, Max, I think they have the potential to do it.
Yeah, I think that right now what Gamelord lack is global experience, right? Participating in these championships and hopefully making it into PMGC. That is what they really lack right now. So, I mean, the second time they make it to the championship, if they do, which seems like that will be the case right now, I think there's a very clear chance that we're going to actually see Gamelord make it to PMGC, and that I would love that. I would live for that. Okay.
Well, to be fair, it happened to TJB, right? They performed well in PMPL Season 1, then they went into the EMEA Regional Championship, didn't do well. Eastern Stars got in, didn't do well, but they've improved, and every team is looking to improve here. And speaking of improvements and Eastern Stars, they kind of go hand in hand after what we saw in league play now into the Super Weekend. Let's dive into this team because Kapahala and Co have been able to have a massive step up from qualifying from 1 point, James, by 1 point, 16th place, to now being second with $2,000 in their pocket already. That's a great sign for this team.
86 points in day 1, 2 chicken dinners under their belt, a 10 eliminations and a 17 eliminations on those 2 chicken dinners. I think they could have even been #1 after day 1. I think if they'd have come in warm, if they'd have had a game 1 where they had the central compound and the idyllic look to be able to kind of hold out all those teams coming in on them, I think they could have taken even more points in that game. So yeah, what a great turnaround by them. Just slight hitches here and there that they already fixed throughout the day. And Kapahala the Warlord, he's back, baby. Yeah.
I do agree with Jason. I think we've just got to rename them to Kapahala and Co. I do think that's that's got a ring to it that's pretty interesting. But right now what we're seeing for Eastern Stars is like the Nova Esports conundrum, where they qualify in 16th position, barely in, and then they just get almost first place into the actual Super Weekend where things count the most. So, I mean, Eastern Stars, they're back on track. Of course, you said that first game could have been a little bit better, but I have hope again because I was a little bit scared the first 2 days, I'm not going to lie. But this is the Eastern Stars that's way closer to what we expected after last season of PMPL, so this is looking good.
And we can't really underestimate the pressure they're under as a team because they are the #1 team from Romania. And we have so many Romanian representatives, whether it's players or teams for Romanian men, for Romanian boys. They have that pressure on the shoulders, and confidence seems to be something they have finally grasped from the edges of despair. And we can see here just a little bit of a step up, and by a little bit, quite a bit of a step up here between League Play and Super Weekend. Keep in mind, 8 matches in League Play, they had 20 eliminations, 5 matches in Super Weekend, 38 eliminations. Like, that alone shows they've gained some confidence and are starting to feel themselves.
Yeah, huge step up, huge indeed. I mean, they found them, admittedly, they have found themselves some really nice central positions, but they played from that very well. I mean, even in previous seasons, when we have seen them attain those spots, they have been able to play from them. That's not to say, though, Max, that this isn't a team that can play edge and sweep. Yeah. We've seen that in the past as well here from this roster. So, hey, maybe we see them have some more of those edge moments here today, and let's see how they're going to fare in those.
I mean, I was talking a lot actually about their edge play yesterday, right? Looking back on that Miramar game, they sweeped all of the eastern side. Of course, they did lose that 1v1 towards Victor at the end, which just couldn't be hit with that M249. I don't know how that worked out. This is, but this is the Eastern Stars that can play center if the situation is right, and they can also play edge. Their adaptability is some of the best the region has to offer right now, so it's only going to get better from here on out for Eastern Stars, I hope.
You know what's weird though, and Max, you can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. I feel like 2 years ago, so in 2020, teams were mostly playing edge. Then in 2021, it came down to playing central, like trying to get in the zones early and play from there. 2022, is this the year of playing edge again?
I have the
a lot of teams want to.
I don't know. I think this is a cool conversation we can have with James potentially. So it's like, I have the impression it's a bit of both. Like, teams adapt a lot better to the circles, to the situation at hand. And we just see a little bit of everything, like Edge, if they have to play Edge, Center if they have to play Center. I think the variety of what we're seeing right now is actually very interesting for the region.
Yeah. Both can be successful. Depends on the circles for me, especially. Like if I'm an IGL and I'm looking at a first circle, that first circle alone gives you a pretty decent understanding of like, okay, what are the decent compounds? What areas do we want to avoid? Do we want to avoid the fields on Erangel, for example? And there's so much actually to talk about. We could talk about for half an hour. It's longer.
Well, luckily we are having some tech delays. We're going to delay the first match by half an hour. So
Nice.
no, I'm just kidding. We're not going to dive into that. What we will dive into, though, is actually teams more towards the middle of the pack overall. We have our 5th and 6th place team. We have FTY up against XTEAM. We don't really get to talk about them too much. We did touch on XTEAM a little bit, and Max was talking about them, I believe, in particular as being maybe a little bit of a dark horse coming into the event. And they're actually relatively similar when it comes to these stats, but even in similarity, it shows that they're just being, I want to say consistent, but I find that hard to say for FTY when they only had, I think, 1 or 2 good matches yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, FTY did have just a few good matches yesterday and a few very low-performing games, but the main issue I currently have with this team is that when you look at their individual player performances, you only have 2 players that are really, really doing well for the team, which are Caliboy and Nox. They currently got 8 eliminations for Caliboy, 7 for Nox, and then their highest top frag is Zodox with 4, and then it's 0 and 0. So there's definitely 2 players that are key for the success of FTY currently. I do want to see a step up from the other players. If that happens, FTY could push himself a little bit further, but I think it's just going to require a little bit more time to really see them get to that point.
Yeah, confidence as well, a bit more confidence and a bit more oomph behind them. If you're thinking about that situation in apartments versus, TJB, I think, if they're actually, no, maybe that was SWAT 69, never mind. But, I think that even confidence is still a factor here for FTY. I think that they could, just kind of flex out a bit more from some of the positions that they find themselves in. Likewise, on the opposite side, though, you were mentioning XTEAM, and Max was saying that this is a team that could potentially be a dark horse. And I have to completely agree. With kind of Beg for Mercy at the helm, I think that what we saw from them yesterday, not huge amounts of eliminations here and there, but a 4th place with 5 eliminations, the 2nd place at the end with the 5 eliminations as well. Yeah. I think they have the leadership to be able to, I think, stay top 5 in this tournament, if I'm perfectly honest.
I was...
oh, sorry. Go ahead, Max.
I was going to say, I was a little bit scared for one thing coming into this tournament for XTEAM is that they might be a little bit stubborn and not willing to change, especially that Monte Nuevo drop versus Giants. But we saw that adaptability come in on that game of Miramar where they went for Northern San Martin, right? So they are willing to change their drops a little bit, change their macro to make sure they can adapt to the game. So that makes me a little bit more hopeful to see what they can bring in the future.
Looking at our overall standings, our top 4 teams have played in previous, many different seasons of PMPL, right?
Yeah.
Looking at these 2 teams for FTY, I'm looking on the list, I don't think they have a lot of experience when it comes to PMPL. You look at XTEAM, Beg for Mercy is the one that mostly has experience when it comes to PMPL. So to me, even though we have some players stepping up for the team and others not, I feel like this is also still a deadly sign for these teams that you give them this runway of some experience, you give them a couple weeks in, this is where they can start to excel here and go from the middle of the pack potentially to the top of the pack.
I think they're standing amongst giants right now, and actually, coincidentally, they have to look out for 2 big threats. One of those is giants, and one of those eventually, once they somehow find their footing, is Unicorns of Love. Because yes, they got themselves a win with eliminations yesterday, but these 2 teams in particular, I think, are really going to be gunning not only for that 5th and 6th spot that currently XTEAM and FTY sit in, but also the top spots, the 1 through 3.
Okay, well, Max, I got a question for you, sir.
Oh.
Do you know what day it is?
It's Super Weekend 1 day 2.
Yes, that's not the answer I was looking for, but I cannot punish you because you're technically still right. Actually, we still have the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile happening currently. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, and there's actually an augmented reality treasure hunt going on currently. If you guys go over to PUBGM 4th Dimension, so 4thdimension.com, you can find these augmented reality airdrops to collect some amazing prizes. Over 100,000 bucks on the line here for everyone out there. Not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13s. We got to see them. We didn't get to have them just yet, please. But anyways, you guys check this out, and we'll be back in just a few minutes here to kick off the first match of the day. Wait a minute. Did you guys see the back of that iPhone 13 at the very bottom? Did you see what was there?
That was cool.
Cool. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? The 1 out of 30. Is there 30 limited edition ones, and you get a number out of all the ones available? That's
would
so
assume
sick.
so.
That'd be so cool.
Me and James like collecting things, as well known. So I think we're gonna go for that.
Yeah, if what you don't know is if James pans his camera just any direction, you just got a plethora of like game merchandise. If that room burned down, he would be broke. You have to declare bankruptcy.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule, guys, and see what's going to be happening today. If you missed out yesterday, well, luckily for you, you can see the exact same schedule running with then and the exact same schedule running with tomorrow. We've got Erangel into Miramar, into Erangel, into Sanhok, and of course, to round things out, Erangel once again. But keep in mind, next week in League Play, as we have had Erangel, Miramar in the first 2 days of League Play only, we're going to be having Erangel and Sanhok. So this is a really good idea to get, or a really good time to get an idea of the teams and how well they can perform on a map like Sanhok. But before we can fully hop into our game here, remind you guys once again about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Max, I am curious if you did what you said you would. He said right before the show, I'm going to run out. I'm gonna go get myself a Monster Energy. I'm gonna chug it live on broadcast. Did you do it, Max?
I was gonna go and run and get it at the start of this game, actually, because like it's right next door. I was gonna
okay.
pop out.
I thought you were gonna say you were gonna go run and get it, but then you remembered you hate running.
I can't run, actually. Technically, I can't do it. It's impossible for me.
All right, well, you know what? I feel like we did justice to the start of the show. I'm actually really excited to see how some of these teams perform today. More importantly, if they can maintain their performance from before. But it's time to head over to our commentators for the first match of the day. John Allen and Imperium, take it away.
Hey, thank you very much. It is going to be the first game of the day. Imperium, can you do that eyebrow thing that they were on about at the start of the day? Are you,
no, I can't. I can't.
No?
I can do both eyebrows.
I got a couple of shifties. There we go.
Oh,
We're going to
wow.
be, hopefully, yeah. I only brought it up because I knew I could do it, and then I wanted to show that off and really show everyone else up. But, you know, that's fine. Sometimes you just got to sing your own praises. And right now, if I'm Kapahala, I'm shouting about Eastern Stars all day.
Yeah, very happy with how Eastern Stars performed in the first day. And I was talking to Athos on Instagram yesterday and today a little bit, and he's saying that they really actually feel they could have won 4 games yesterday. But they also know that the second game, when they got second place, when Doran, although he didn't get the shots off, got his team second place, that was a confidence boost for them. That was the big, okay, you know, kick up the butt per se that they needed to really go into the next game, which they obviously won, and then they won the final game of the day. And that's what I highlighted with Unicorns Love, right? Getting a win underneath your belt is so positive for your team's confidence, and Eastern Stars proved it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, saying we thought we could have won 4, actually. I mean, it's a little bit,
His
rich,
words,
but you know
not
what?
mine. His words,
Hey,
you know?
that is confidence. That's what you love to see. Hopefully, we're going to be seeing a little bit of that confidence played out in the game. In this time around, we're going over Erangel to start things off on the day, all the way from Primorsk up to Kameshki, so a full sweep of the island.
Generally, once again, a pretty healthy playing path for these teams. Getting up to North Georgia is going to be a little bit trickier. I presume Eastern Stars will go to our normal drop spot and build a power. You're going to have super young roster and Primorsk to kick things off. Will XTEAM go towards the western side of the map? We'll have to wait and see. But I was looking at kind of how teams performed yesterday in point scoring wise, at least. And when I'm looking over the course of 3 super weekends, John, I'd like to see teams, if you're really trying to solidify your spot over 2 super weekends, get about 90 points over the 3 days. That's 30 per day, right? Everybody below 9th place, so 10th to 16th, all are under 30 points coming into today's game. So I want to see clear vision, SWAT 69, PENTA, RESQ, super young roster for Romanian Men and Shockwave really kick things up big gear in today's 5 games.
Hopefully be able to grab a couple of those points in 5 games played. I mean, Unicorns really did prop themselves up with the later end of their day. It really wasn't looking too strong for them.
True.
and they can't rely on that as well. So I would say in terms of, it's right in the middle of the tables right now, 33 points. Sure, it's fine, but I still need to see more consistency from this team.
Yeah, I was talking to Daddy and Reznov and a couple of players from the team once again over Instagram, because that seems to be the main form of communication with most of the players. And they only recently got themselves a new coach. So they're really starting from scratch in this PMPL, believe it or not, a completely new play style. They're really working hard to set themselves up, but they also know that it's a month-long tournament, and they know they're capable of a lot better, that there's a lot more consistency able to be pulled out and extracted once they familiarize themselves with the new play style, with the new mentality. And that's why I kind of touched upon me saying that about the team yesterday, because given the context of them having a new coach, it will take time for them to reach 100% peak performance.
A little bit of a run-up, maybe. And I mean, to be fair, they're now into day 4 of gameplay overall, when you consider the league play as well, in this second day of the Super Weekend. So they have had a little bit of runway. Are you thinking that we're going to see that from them today, or do you think maybe even we need to see that from them today?
I don't think we need to see that from them today. I would like to give them another week, to be honest, John. Rome wasn't built in a day. When you're a certain team and you play a certain play style over a period of time, and someone comes in, and even though it won't be straight away, but they're essentially trying to get you to play a different way, that takes time. The likes of Game Lord have been practicing their new play style of more edge of circle over the past couple of months. Big, they've been practicing a more aggressive training, a more aggressive play style over the past couple of months. This is going to take time for Unicorns of Love, so I want to give them at least another week to kind of find their flow a little bit more heavily. Yes, I don't want to see them get 0 pointers, but in terms of those game-winning performances, Super Weekend number 2, that's when I'd like to see it really slip into place.
Okay, and the more they can get up in this first week, the better, right? So they'll just have that platform to operate from. Okay, all right. That's an official Imperium prediction. We'll have to loop back on next week. We'll see if that does come through. TJB, at the moment, wildly spread, I think it's safe to say, over, one of them is in near the hospital. The other, there's 2 in Gatka, and then there's 1 in Sunken City. So right now, TJB have been given so much room, or maybe not given it, but they've certainly taken it.
The phase 1 kind of calls for that, because with it being so centralized based off the fact that we had a very clear playing path, the teams are going to be more evenly spread out. So that massive split that TJB are pulling off is far more acceptable. This is a team yesterday that performed quite strongly. They weren't absolutely stand out, but they had a 20-pointer game, 2 12-pointer games, a 4 and a 2. That's a great base start, and one of the strengths that they were able to utilize in yesterday's games that I've noticed is being able to rotate around teams a little bit more strongly. This kind of game, to begin with, will potentially make it a bit more challenging, because you don't have that volatile circle to playing path narrative, right? It is a little bit more even, but they're taking the Chinese meta of massive splits in an early game to get that information, so it does become potentially easier for them to play around other teams in phase 2, phase 3.
Severny top side for Big, and they'll be moving south. They do have Mihi already breaking down a little bit further south with the circle. I mean, you are going to have to probably cross that river, so having that outpost Mihi and Beast, for Big, will be pretty important to cross the rivers around Roshok. A little bit of the military island is still in, and rather promptly we swap over to SWAT 69 on Novo in the military island on the south side. A little bit of the island is there, but it's again likely that they're going to have to push up. I think this is one of the few times where I might expect to see a little bit of bridge camping going on against some of these teams. You know that SWAT 69 are going to be rotating out this eastern bridge. You know where the plane path was going to be. You know that there's going to be a little bit more presence in that southeast side. I don't know if you touched on it earlier, but Eastern Stars did not go to Milta. They ended up going North Georgia in the end.
Yeah, I didn't touch upon it, but you are dead right. They ended up going to North Georgia, something I recognized as you were speaking. So I'm glad that it came out of your mouth in that regard. I don't think a team should be looking to.
I just had this. Sorry, I thought you meant as I said it, you realized it, and I was like,
No,
I said
no,
it.
no.
So, but you
No.
meant before. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry. Oh dear. What a cool way to explain hearing something, right? Like, oh yeah, oh that's such an interesting thing. I just realized that when you said it. I'm sorry, I've given you a bit of crap there, but
Oh man,
go ahead. Sorry, I've put you off track. I've put you off track.
It's cool,
my
man.
fault.
It's more that my throat is like struggling, so when I laugh, it takes like way more time for me to get back on track. But anyway, yeah, going back to what you said about bridge camping, I don't think a bridge camp or full bridge camp should come through. Maybe one player from X team could send themselves down to the entrance of the Eastern Bridge to get information and to stop essentially the likes of SWAT69 pushing up and taking up core valuable space around the farm area. But it seems like SWAT69 as of right now are moving through the Eastern Bridge without any real trouble. X team yet to really move out of Milta, and I say that's a bit of a mistake from X team. This kind of phase one, it's not that they need to go into a massive massive spot straight away, but at least moving out of Milta relatively early on to the hills to the west would be a lot more valuable.
And they've got Penta behind them as well on the route of egress from SWAT69, who are currently 2-2 split on that south side. TJB split around Pachinki at the moment, 2-2. Obviously, they were very, very split earlier on in that map, as we talked about. And now they center just a little bit around Pachinki. I mean, they have options, sure, and no one's really pushing them just yet. So they're going to get a lot more info on this northeastern side. And having that team on the northeast pays out, because now they can start to regroup to that side or even push further in.
I find it interesting to an extent that nobody went onto Potato Hill in phase one again. It didn't need to be locked down, I suppose, but again, I find it interesting with this phase two centering up. You can easily lock that area down or the compound down the hill to the northeast of Potato would be absolutely fantastic. You can see TJB, they're instantly reacting and they've gotten ahead of Giants. This is something that I have seen from Giants in the past, and I was hoping I wouldn't see it in this PMPL. It's not that they need to rotate earlier, but I do think they're a little bit slow on their rotation out of Pachinki, and they've allowed the likes of TJB to get ahead of them.
For Romanian Men. Just turning his teammate around, I guess. Steering wheel was broken. Hey, you know what? Just help him out. Help him out. That's what those other three Romanian men are for.
Destruction Derby, John. Destruction Derby. Look, why not? It's early game. You have a bit of a laugh. You hit into your teammate's car. Yeah, okay, it may not be the focused movement that you want, but I say, hey, have a laugh while you're out there.
It is, they are all hoping to keep that morale strong, I suppose. Miki took some damage from somewhere. I don't know if that was from crashing a vehicle or from some shots across the way, but either way, he's going to get spotted and peppered from across the lake. It's going to be Game Lords taking big into their sight. Takashi looks to shut that down, and that bright yellow vehicle, it's looking big enough to hold off those bullets for now. Robs on that rooftop as well, has those sight lines on the side swipe.
Really weird rotation coming out from Big. I don't get why they would go for that kind of bridge around the Yasnaya region. They know that Game Lord land there. They know that Game Lord, they should know that Game Lord have adjusted their playstyle if they've done the relevant VOD review. A needless sticky situation for Big that they have luckily gotten themselves out of.
They do regroup, they do get everyone back up, as you say. And 4 alive. Not too sure where they go from here. Likely they're going to have to push south of this river. I think there's about 5% of this circle in this on the north side of the river still in this next phase. So they will have to be pushing that way down south. And really looking at their options, they did commit to that Yasnaya bridge. And as you say, Game Lord have kind of trapped them out of there. So now they have to rethink, and time has been spent, which means that the ground around those other bridges is going to be occupied. You can see RESQ around Sunken, TJB on the south side of Roshok with their long split still, and Eastern Stars out on the west. So even swinging out all the way far to the Georgia Pole bridges might prove to be tricky.
I like Unicorns a lot. Split 3-1. They have Daddy locking down the more southern side of the circle, and the 3 players covering up north again. They should know, based on their interactions with Game Lord in the past, that they're going to be hanging around the Yasnaya area for the time being. Also appreciate Clear Vision's 2-2 split as Phase 3 pops up. It's going to be a massive southeastern shift. Great for the likes of XTEAM, SWAT 69, and Real Tigers 9.
Real Tigers 9, though, on the north side, and they're going to have to bear the brunt of, well, not only Unicorns of Love when they move south, but if Game Lord are going to skirt around the side, which actually a really heads-up scouting mission from Game Lord. I was watching the mini-map go through just a little bit there. They moved a player in towards the Unicorns position. I think they scouted their location, they scouted their presence, and now they just swing all the way down the eastern coast. I think it's absolutely very heads up there from Game Lord. But now we're on board with SWAT 69 and 4 Romanian men who they were bonking on each other's cars before, but now they need to pull it out the bag and play together as a team. Nade over the top, and Nemo goes down as Stu finds those shots. PNL going this way, that way, hither and thither, but not really finding any sanctuary anywhere. And the team is falling down. It's 4 Romanian men striking strong against the presence from SWAT 69.
Not only did that nade get the knock on the SWAT 69 player, but also kept Sarah alive. And there's not much, but that was a key reason why SWAT 69 had to disengage away. Great team fight for 4 Romanian men. They're one of these teams that, although they haven't performed massively in the Super Weekend, I've been relatively very impressed with how they're fighting in compounds, how they're joining together, and they're taking these engagements in a really aggressive manner.
Now, 1 player left for SWAT 69. Eastern Stars, they are still on the northern shores above the river at the moment. A little bit slow to the party, but all the bridges will not be guarded at this stage, and they can swing in a little bit later. Ooh, that's not healthy for Big. A player down out in the open. Real Tiger 9 Mango on the forefront there. And actually, I think he got the flush. Does get knocked from Swave, rolling him down. And Daddy chimes into the fight with some damage sent out towards Big. The rest of the Unicorns now regrouping, swarming around this position. Look at this. They have someone up the top of the hill. They have excellent sight lines, and only 3 players from Big are alive.
You said Real Tigers 9 were going to be put under pressure, and that has been the case. I'm a little bit surprised that they kept themselves so heavily split off the back of the Phase 3 shift. Great third-party opportunity from the Unicorns Love. Doesn't quite work out in time, but now they're maybe swinging it through. Reznov has, I believe, Icy in the back of his vehicle looking to play around, but they got to be careful. TJB are a little bit to the west of them, John, and they could easily become the team that gets third party if they're not careful.
Around these fields to the north of Mill, to the shelter area, there's a lot of tricky terrain to be playing around, and you have to really be careful about where you're going to commit to in terms of those rotations now, especially on the northeast side. You've got Unicorns of Love, you've got Big, you've got Game Lord, and Real Tigers 9. But the shift pays back to the northwest. It was a hard southeast shift on the last one, and now it's being yanked back up. So we're a little bit more central yet again, with just a clipping of Potato Hill. The Peels are still in the circle.
Ping pong shift is not the most positive for these teams, and Eastern Stars are going to lose a player. Kapahala gets finished off. The split from TJB is working out, but they've got to be careful because they have the likes of Unicorns Love, Game Lord swinging in from behind.
Oh dear, Game Lord really going to put pressure in here. Unicorns of Love have to figure something out, or they certainly will in just a second. TJB, they lose that player up on the north side, and then Unicorns of Love dismount to take the fights on the northern side. And it's all chaos all the way. FTY on the south side as well, coming up against stiff competition for this push, but it's a little bit slower at the moment. The Eastern Stars, the Unicorns of Love, and Game Lord are still fighting it out, and I think the Unicorns are coming off worse. They are the meat in the middle.
That's why circle shifts like this, the ping pong nature's not positive for any of these teams, because what looks like a great spot down the edge of one circle is instantly swept away, and it just makes these rotations a little bit trickier. FTY, XTEAM getting close to each other. We saw the desk talk about these two teams on the pre-show, and gotta say, I've been a very impressive both, especially FTY, because I know where they came from. I know that they've come into this PMPL with, I don't want to say the highest expectations, but a very balanced level of expectations, knowing that they don't have the strongest roster on their side, but they're going to work together to get the job done and then lean into the latter part of the year with a strong roster on their side. So they're making it work as of right now.
I was wondering who managed to get that shot as the player at the back for FTY, but Ulysses taken down at the top of the hill, and that gives an excellent position for FTY to leapfrog forwards from into this next zone if they can keep this control going. But unfortunately, they get spotted out at the back. XTEAM able to absolutely rattle them down. So close to being able to get that regroup, but it didn't come through. Again, Nox sent over to Unicorns of Love, losing yet another player. I think they're down to 2 now, as Gamelord and TJB, they're taking turns.
Eastern Stars actually decided to disengage away from all of this and control a more northwestern edge of this circle, and I gotta say that could be a very wise decision for their end result, as all these teams are going to pick each other apart. Plus you have Big now getting involved. They've lost a player, but they still have 3 up. Game Lord, the full squad, the might of the French community on their side. They have a great spot on the entry point of the circle, but Shockwave comes in with a knock.
On the eastern side of all of this fight, Unicorns of Love go down. I'll have to give it to them, though. That was a tough spot to be operating from with such strong teams around you as well. Shockwave make that road crossing. They've taken down Swave on the offside as well. Excellent pick apart there on the third-party fight for Shockwave. And now Gamelord can turn their attention that way. They've had knowledge of Big's position for so long. You can see they've been throwing nades out for a while, and now it's their turn to fight off against Shockwave's position as well.
Big become Unicorns Love 2.0 with teams pinching them left, right, and center. I believe that's another player Big has gone down, so just one player that's left up, Mihi, the IGL. He's just gonna have to wait and hope he can pull something massive out of the bag. Really, once again, genuinely impressed with the edge of circle aggression coming out from Shockwave at the right time.
Super young roster all the way in the southwest in the meantime have a lot of control from Potato Hill. Penta eliminated as we're back on board with Gamelord, who have actually had 3 players go down, and it's starting to turn a little bit sour. Mihi getting that flush over onto Robs as well. He's doing a lot of work. He said he had to pull something out of the bag. Is this the time for Big to stand tall? 2 eliminations already found. XTEAM in a fight on the southeast side as FTY, with the 2 players they still have, one slips down the side, and it's, oh no, is back up. I'm mistaken, but the first forefront is going to fall, unfortunately. And now it's just one player. It's a lovely nade. Beautifully cooked there, and a lot of damage sent to the backlines as well. Another one to follow it up, but they know that he's going to be cresting this ridge any time now. That nade's still at the back. I don't think it's gone off, but it's not far enough just yet. The forward position from Zombie is still there, and it's exactly what does the deed. SWAT 69 eliminated on the south.
Overall, good stuff coming out from XTEAM. They're going to lose Beck for Mercy, going to lose Psyox, but keep Bibi and Zombie left alive as the circle is going to crouch in. The blue zone is going to punish them. Shockwave, they take advantage, they enter in, but Giants are going to be waiting in the wings. Yes, they only have 2 players left, but it's going to be easier said than done for Shockwave.
4 Romanian men as well, struggling on the other side of this fight. Shockwave, they made a heads-up play to push past that fight, and now they're on the inside track for this circle. They got out everybody in this compound who is on the edge of this next circle. Do they need to push? Are they going to be more worried about the teams there than the teams behind them? I'm not entirely sure.
This game has been an absolute slobber knocker, right, of teams picking each other apart. Player going down here, player going down there, and I really feel bad for these teams because the circles have not helped them at all.
I don't know what happened to Gamelord. I lost track in the midst of all the chaos, but they are down. They have gone out now, as have Big. So that fight did conclude. XTEAM eliminated to boot. And now, super young roster on the western side, descending from Potato Hill. Giants on the south, getting pushed on by a lot of teams. TJB on the north side with RESQ and Eastern Stars. They found their way into the middle.
But look at this, only one team has a full squad up, John. Everybody else are battered and bruised. Yes, 3 teams do have a trio left standing, but other than that, it's all duos and solos that are left standing. Shockwave, one of the teams with 3 players up.
Okay, Eastern Stars get the shift there as the circle goes right on top of them. Real Tigers 9 eliminated. Down and out. Shockwave have the inside track to get to this circle, and this is the shift that I was thinking about for their position that they held. They didn't need to push on all of those teams, but Super Young roster with that numbers advantage, can they leverage?
Surely Eastern Stars have to hear the shots and the nades coming out between RESQ and TJB. If they can, they should look to focus and prioritize on those 2 teams behind them and become a bit of a third party, because it's one thing, the circle going in your favor. It's another thing, controlling when you have 2 or 3 teams pushing in on you.
Oh, Super Young roster and Eastern Stars taking firefights towards each other, and there's chime-ins from the Eastern side on Clear Visions. A crossfire onto Octavian, manages to get the job done, and the flush as well. TJB and RESQ still locked in combat as Shockwave and Super Young roster come into conflict as well on that south side.
Clear vision, still have a duo left. TJB, LXX getting a knock on the RESQ. Blood goes down. RESQ left as a duo. They technically have been able to move ahead, but look at this. Doran and Athletes of Eastern Stars are waiting, biding their time to strike.
Waiting or hiding? I mean, there's so many teams waiting to push in that they've just got to wait it out and see who comes for them first. At the moment, the send is coming in from the south side as Shockwave make their way in. They have a foothold now. One of the few teams that do. TJB making similar decisions. They're leaving players out the back and trying to control Clear Visions on their south side, and that would open up a massive flank for them to be able to operate on the south. But right now, it's Clear Visions winning out these fights. The first knock goes the way of Hamodi, managing to pick up Langzi. And Hamodi does go down for his sins.
Yeah, this is great for Eastern Stars. Super Young roster, the only team that had a full squad up until Hamodi got knocked, and it will leave Super Young roster a little bit more suppressed on that western side of the circle.
Knocked and out on the top of that hillside. Is difficult to get back here. Hyper covering off this angle. Do they know this position? Have they scouted it? Not entirely sure, but one of the players in the middle, Doran, does go down. So Eastern Stars down to 1 on their central position. Top 6 now, as 6 teams remain.
Athis said to me that they could have gotten 4 chicken dinners yesterday. This is one of the games today which are less likely to grab the chicken dinner as he's the last one left standing.
Every team is seemingly losing players left and right. Super Young roster struggling here, but RESQ are finally dealt with. TJB now have to worry mostly about that south flank as the last player for the Eastern Stars, Athis, is there as well. Super Young roster trying to stay together. They have the most players still.
What's great for Eastern Stars is the circle has shifted away. The focus now is a little bit on Shockwave. This ending is so tricky. There's so little hard cover, right? You're relying on the vehicles, you're relying on a couple of rocks, and you're relying on whatever smokes you and your teammates have left. Tam Tam with the nade, hoping to connect on Athis.
Nade long, and it's good. Tam Tam absolutely dunks that one. Eastern Stars out. 4 teams remain now, and no one with dominant control of the circle. Super Young roster with positional advantage, though. They have the high ground. They have the numbers advantage as well. Nobody else with more than 2 alive.
Super Young roster, 23 points in yesterday's 5 games, including 1 game with 16 points. This game alone, they're on 9 eliminations and looking for the chicken dinner.
TJB gets spotted out. Samo nails it with the org there. And another one as well. Position known. TJB's movements really hampered right now. An excellent 1-2 punch there. The Samo bait as he steps up, and Hamodi absolutely knocks it out the park. Speaking of Hamodi, though, the other Hamodi, not so lucky in the center. Ali down on the flank. The Super Young roster Hamodi going to be healing up as well. 3 players standing for Super Young roster.
Is this the first time in PMPL we're seeing Hamodi versus Hamodi?
It might be. It might be, and in these final circles.
I'm here for it. Give it to me. It may be a little bit confusing, but I want to see which Hamodi is going to come out on top. It could be none of them, because Shockwave is still alive.
See which variant is going to be the shinier of the two. Samo, he knows exactly where Nightmare is. He saw that hop out as well. He's playing it sneaky, but he knows if he steps up, Super Young roster are right on it. That burn is good. Samo capitalizes on the panic, and now they have to be worried across the way. Tam Tam traded 1 and 2. Seiko as well, looking for these shots over towards Clear Visions. 1 player standing for both of these squads. 3 alive and up for Super Young roster as Hamadi from Clear Visions, last player snaking it through. Tam Tam looking to get flushed on out here, but Super Young roster in the meantime can start to march forwards.
Why isn't Hamodi getting the revive on the Samo? That is so easily possible. I get that you want to confirm an elimination point, but in my eyes, that's them saying to me they know they're not going to win the game, and that's a little bit sad.
There's Shockwave getting out as well. It's now 1v3. Hamadi takes on the world and his mirror image as well. They know exactly where this guy is as well, I'm pretty sure. Look at that utility usage. Does that burn reach quite yet? It's going to be a little bit of safety for now. The question is, do they think that that area is safe now? After they burnt it out, do they think that there's still a player there?
Yeah, they do. They know they haven't reached a precipice of the blue zone.
There it is. That's the one. Super Young roster take it down with a chicken dinner on Erangel. They're able to close it out with control from Potato Hill. A lot of fighting going on there.
This is the Super Young roster that we saw in the league week. 12 elimination points, control on the northwestern edge. Yes, they were a little bit lucky out of all the teams that had to deal with the ping pong circle shifts, right? They didn't have anybody pushing too far near them, right? But at the end of the day, when push came to shove, they spread themselves out. They got the elimination points. They shut down Eastern Stars, for example. They shut down TJB. They shut down RESQ, and they sealed themselves a chicken dinner. Very good performance.
I feel like the Eastern Stars position in that mid, once that circle shifted onto them, it looked good. But then you look at the terrain that surrounds it. It's basically a funnel for utility and nades. There's just ridgelines all around you, and it's so hard to hold that out. They had I think, was it 3 players at that point holding in that central position, but just everybody moving up was like, oh, there's people, and we'll shoot them.
Well, that's why I said they should have pushed up onto TJB and RESQ, because you got to know that, and it's very tricky, of course, with timing. They didn't know exactly maybe where Super Young roster were, but you got to presume, and they had information that TJB, or 2 teams at least, were to the north of them. So if you push, you cover your backs, it does make that position just a little bit easier to control.
There we go. Hamodi with the mustard jumper. Absolutely nailing it. 4 eliminations there, and getting the highest damage, 9-10.
That's actually a nice jump. I really like that on the side note. But yeah, great performance from Hamodi and the rest of Super Young roster. Obviously, Lynn putting in the work for TJB with the highest distance travel. They were roaming around the map all throughout the game. They were having the splits, they were holding it down, and it was still a good result for TJB as well.
Certainly. A good result for anyone really in that top 5, as it always is, right? Getting to top 5 is a really, really solid result, but only if you can do it consistently, right? If you're getting, if you're getting 2 out of 10 games in that top 5, right, it's not that great. But if you're starting to push up to the 7s, 7 out of 10 games you're getting in that top 5, that's getting to be really, really solid. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that coming through from the teams that really need it as well. Game Lord went down early, so that gap can be closed. But in the end, it was Super Young roster to take the chicken dinner.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to PMPL Western Europe season. Well, there's technically season 1 of 2022, but it's called the spring season here of 2022. Max, gonna take over hosting.
No, you can't do that. Go, Max. I don't like it when it happens. Wow, okay.
Max has 3 great fears in life: no more ice cream ever in the world, spiders, and then hosting.
I actually like spiders. I'm cool with spiders.
I don't know. I'll just make it up as I go. We do have super young roster taking themselves a victory here. A chicken dinner, more important, of course, $1,000 for themselves. But even beyond that, I think a nice little bit of confidence boost considering how they performed in day 1. If you look back to league play, but let's see the match rankings here and how many points all the teams did get. And clear vision, 20 points for themselves here in second place.
Yeah, very, very well done. Considering, I think that for the most part, they came in as quite an underdog, and yesterday really didn't provide fruit whatsoever. 15 points for them across the 5 games from yesterday. So 20 points here has bumped them up significantly,
Yeah.
I think is fair to say. They had great room to work with, though. On the east side of these circles, not too many people contesting them in those spots. Just a little bit of a shame as time goes on there. As these circles are closing, they're progressively going up against more teams that have high ground advantage against them. So caught between a rock and a hard place, or the high ground, so to speak, Max, right?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. But I'm looking at Shockwave in particular here and how they played this game. They had one of the hardest to pull off rotations in this entire game because initially on, like, I think it was phase 5, phase 6, they were on northern eastern edge and they had to go for the wide. I mean, they didn't have to, but they did go for it, and they went for the wide rotate down south, and they encountered what was, I think, 5 or 4 or 5 teams at the exact same time, and yet they came out on top of all of that to actually secure themselves a top 3 finish. That is very impressive for me, but unfortunately we're not able to capitalize on the amount of eliminations they possibly could have gotten. But yeah, the fact they made it out alive from all of what the hell was happening down south was highly impressive. So good on Shockwave, because they did have a pretty good league play, so they're finally back a little bit more in strength on this first game.
Well, even coming in at 4th place here, Blank Sleeper team, TJB at 14 points for themselves. Did have the zone relatively early, did fight their way through as well with GK first leading the helm. But yeah, kind of TJB, this isn't their final form whatsoever. We know they're a stronger team than this, and I feel like they've been slowly warming up throughout this event. Would you agree, James?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, actually, there's not really much more to add to that. I would agree.
Okay. Okay. No, all I wanted to hear was a yes. I love
sure.
hearing yeses whenever I say things that I think are smart. Let's take a look at the second page, and they don't happen very often. We see for Romanian Men here at 4 points. Game Lord as well down to 4 points. Big, though. Obviously, a team that had a massive swell in performance, not massive, but a swell in performance here into day 1. No placement points, but 3 eliminations. And I just want to bring that up in particular for something that's going to happen later on. But this is an interesting sight because they did go out early, if I'm not mistaken, right, James?
That's correct. 14th.
All right, right, correct again. Unicorns loved out here at 15th place with 1 point.
Wow.
What's that, Max?
So many W's are taken right now, Jason. You're feeling good.
I am. I'm trying to think of anything else smart to say, but I'm honestly running out of them.
I have something. You were asking Max about phobias before, right? Do you know what a phobia of phobias is? Or what it's called?
Phobia?
Almost. Phobophobia. There you go. The more you know.
Phobophobia.
Continue.
Today I learned.
Yeah.
Nice. Wait, how can you have a phobia?
There is, it's legit. A phobia of phobias.
I'm
I wouldn't be surprised.
of being afraid of spiders.
Correct. I think. Phobophobia. Continue, Jason. Go.
I don't know if I want to continue. I want to sit here and think about this for a little bit, but we will continue. Super young roster. Talked about them getting themselves a chicken dinner. They looked great in the league play, placing 1st place overall with Game Lord right behind them. Over 100 points out of those 2 days of play. Didn't look too great, though, in day 1 of the Super Weekend. This is a nice little bounce back, and they had maybe some boosted confidence for them as I saw Hamodi yet again leading the charge here quite a few times on his counterparts. But we're going to see super young roster. A little bit of a fall down, as you can tell, in this first day in averages.
Yeah, it's not even that bad of averages when you're looking at their Super Weekend so far. Of course, it was picked up heavily from this last game where they did get themselves the chicken dinner. But when you look at an average of 4.5 eliminations per game, it's pretty decent right now, what we've seen from super young roster. And in particular, this game, we were talking a little bit before going on to this test segment was James. They actually rotated into Potato Hill relatively well because they moved on to that position when all of the western side of Potato Hill was basically out of play, out in the blue. So you're safe of a potential backstab position. And because it is just downhill from there on out when you're going into the center of the circle, it just made it very easy for super young roster to not only get information, but to also apply pressure on teams around them.
Yep, Could only agree. Once again, you said everything I need to say about it.
I got one too.
You've got your high ground. It's going to be difficult for the other ones. That's it.
All right, well, I mean, moving on past this, we did bring up Big before. I want to talk about them in particular, and we're eventually get to take a look at the damage done and the eliminations done overall within that last match. And we know Big, they're looking for fights. That's how they played out the very first week in league play. We saw them kind of come together when it came to placements as well here in the first day of the Super Weekend. Let's take a look in here in particular to see how much damage they did do, because Kalaris, you spotted something out when we were watching the match.
Yeah, so it's
okay. We're not gonna have him in here, but you can carry this, right?
Oh, absolutely. Give me the range, Jason. All right, yeah, okay. So you see the numbers here, pretty Sanhok numbers, but it's not Sanhok. Interesting. Aside from that, though, Big goes out in 14th place during this game. But Mihi, of all guys, all of a sudden I saw a little pop-up occur. It said 600 damage Mihi, and I'm like, huh, he's all alone. What's going on? Anyway, eventually he was eliminated. However, he wasn't eliminated before I think he did about 781 damage, right? And up until the very last moments of this game, and it may have even carried through into the very end of the game, he still had the most damage, which is ridiculous to see. I think this is a trend that we constantly are seeing here, Max. Every time we're kind of seeing these games play out, even if Big aren't exactly having the most ridiculous of games, Mihi is always blasting. He is the turret of the team. It's ridiculous.
It's absolutely insane when you're looking at me his individual performances for the entirety of Big. I think at one point I'm looking at the old map feed and what we had. He was surrounded by players of TJB, of Game Lord, and also from Shockwave, I believe it was at one point. So he was in really deep waters at that point in time. Yet it worked out. But if there's one thing for Big I want to see a little bit more of, is scouting, because I have the impression sometimes, unfortunately, they lose a player or two mid-rotation. And when you see such individual prowess from their players, like me in particular, but the rest of the team do really well, right? I would like to see him make it to the late game a little bit more consistently as a 3-man, a 4-man team, because I really think he throws off chicken dinners with this aggressive playstyle. But I feel like scouting is maybe a little bit on the slower side of things right now.
Also, I think this is a symptom sometimes of those circles that, maybe shift away south of the river as a whole on Erangel for a team like Big, because especially when you get a circle that's just kind of the top of it is kind of touching those river areas, therefore people are lingering on that edge side, which is already hard enough to cross the river anyway, never mind it being an edge, and then everybody kind of gets piled up a little bit. Big becomes one of the victims coming from Severny.
Okay, well, we do have about 2.5 minutes so the next match will be kicking off. We're going to take a look at the schedule really quickly so you guys get an idea of what we coming up next, as we do have Miramar as our second match of the day, and later on we'll be getting back to Erangel, and then eventually into a Sanhok here in match number 4, as you can see there. And then, of course, ending things out on Erangel once again. It's the exact same map order every single day in every single Super Weekend here, but League Play is where things change. Now, you guys at home, you're sitting here watching some competitive PUBG Mobile. Maybe you're not too familiar with how things work out. We've learned a little bit about Sanhok just yesterday, but what about the vehicles? What about the rides? Let's take a listen in, and when we come back, we'll be back and ready to go here with match 2.
When the battle is intense and the bullets are raining down, vehicles are one of the only options that can guarantee you a fighting chance. However, each vehicle is unique, hence it pays to know the details. When hell breaks loose on Erangel, you cannot stay exposed while traveling. You can put your faith in the UAZ here for its superior durability and cover. But it's not invincible. If you blow even one of its rear tires, it goes from an asset to a liability in an instant. To stay up and running, no matter how much hit your rear takes, the Dacia indeed comes as a savior. It can storm through the fields at top speed, even with 3 of its tires blown off. The only downside here is its off-road performance. However, when you are in a race against time, the Coupe is unbeatable. With its lightning-fast acceleration, it's your ticket to a narrow escape when you are bleeding at low HP. The buggy is great for scouting, and for a driver, it offers the best possible protection from the back. But the same cannot be said for the passenger. But PUBG Mobile offers even more choices apart from the ones we covered. Which one will you choose for your next trip to the safe zone?
God, that was really well explained, that wasn't it, Blank? Oh wow, what a
That's
what a
all right,
great
yeah.
What a great explanation that was. Well, anyway, we're going to be getting into map number 2 for the day. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. After that video, I feel, enlightened, I'd say, to say the least. I did really enjoy that, the coupe had an unavailable amount of HP, so that's still an unknown that you were unable to tackle during that video, John. So a little bit disappointed in there, but other than that, I thought it was a very, very good video, and I think that was you on the video there as well. But we are heading into Miramar. Maybe, I think so. But we are heading to Miramar. Vehicles, yes, very important, not only in Erangel, but also here on Miramar, where you need to get around. You need to get around pretty quickly, too. Specifically to those pretty major spots when we get towards the end of the game, where circle shifts are a bit tricky at times. Getting into position requires you to have, some kind of cover, some kind of speed. What could we use, John? What could it be?
Motorbike.
That's not going to give you any cover whatsoever. Let me just sort this out. Look.
No. Oh, you're right.
Focus. Come on. Oh, he's back. He's back in focus.
Oh, he's back in business. Love that. Love that.
No, I mean, easy.
We're looking at Miramar here, right? And we're thinking Eastern Stars. This is generally where we thought about them a little bit more in the past. Hopefully,
yeah,
a chance here. Wow. Okay, this plane path, very, very southern. I think it's the most southern plane path we've seen so far. Look at that.
Yeah, unenjoyable. Start from Minas del Sur to Impala at the moment, but you're just going to drop off Eastern Stars nice and late in the plane path, but directly where they need to be. But it might mean that there will be some other teams around them, right? There's going to be a few teams over towards La Bandita, Junkyard, even Al Azhar, so it makes their life slightly harder later on in the game, where perhaps they want to go for that Eastern Coast rotation. You come to Al Azhar, there's about 8 teams already there just hanging, chilling, doing the conga. So you're worried about that slightly, but I do think that Eastern Star is showing a little bit more, capability over towards Erangel at the moment, which is very, very strange to me. I know we said that, they came off a very, very good Miramar over towards the last game of league play to secure their ticket over here into Super Weekend. But I would say that, on the other hand, Erangel has been their kind of sweet spot at the moment. I really like their North George push last game, where they dropped there initially and then they moved down, got a central spot, unfortunately were taken out, but regardless, a fairly good ranking coming out of that. So good stuff to Eastern Stars, see what they can do here. And super young roster coming back into the fold, John.
Yeah, they are hopefully going to keep this streak alive. Okay, that, to be fair, that is actually, you know what? I was going to say it's going to be a kind circle, but my thought is the teams that dropped out wanted to go up north to get some loot, but now they're going to have to come back down south. So especially those teams on the eastern side who dropped out late, who like to head up to Cruz de Valle, Tierra Bronca, that sort of area, they're going to have a really, really tough time right now.
Yeah, and I think that the way that I'm looking at this is that a lot of these teams that drop out in their initial spots around this area are going to have a very comfy time of it, because all these teams know, all right, this spot is taken by such and such team. We can't really go there. We're gonna have to go further north. But PUBG just rocking up on top of clear vision. Okie dokie.
They're scattering like ants. Oh dear, but he's managed to find the Tommy gun at a close range. That's gonna do the job. Certainly enough bullets in the magazine there. The micro Uzi for LBX is not good enough. TJB get the tables turned, and it is absolutely disastrous for them. Clear vision. Goodness me, what a fight for their lives.
Well, I mean, that is a nice little lesson in terms of how quickly a team can get looted up in these early game scenarios. Clever's like, we're being chased. Okay, get to that shack. I'm sure there'll be a weapon inside, and which there was. I think the fact that they were able to pick up some guns, get locked and loaded almost instantly, and turn the tables. I don't really think Lin saw that coming whatsoever. Got in the building and was like, these two guys are armed now.
Yeah, it was instant, right? It was like, I've got a Tommy gun now. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, it's kind of a case of call an ambulance, but not for me.
Oh, Danny DeVito, eat your heart out. But it's going to be Eastern Stars safe in Impala right now. Only, well, no one really near to them.
No, they're absolutely fine. Like I said, this is their original drop spot, dropping towards Impala. This is very nice for them. With the current circle as well, there's not too much change that has to happen. I mean, if I was Eastern Stars, I'd maybe worrying with this plane path, they're going to get extremely north circle, mainly because, the plane path getting over towards the area, it dropped them out extremely late. So they are looting much later than a team, for instance, like Shockwave, who have dropped down towards Minas del Sur and Los Higos. But this works out fine for them because their rotational path not going to be too far from their original drop spot. But so I would say Eastern Stars are completely fine with this scenario. Game Lord, on the other hand, in Graveyard, ooh, it's not nice. It's not the best place to be because he's spicy, trying to get over towards the rest of his team. They've dropped underneath San Martin, so there is some available spots. You can see Victor in that tiny town off in the distance, just picking up some loot, but it's not amazing for them. And I think this ties back into what you were saying earlier, John, where a lot of these teams maybe wanted to go further north, but can't really anymore because they want to be close to the circle. So they have to drop in this awkward spot, but it does open them up to move into Picardo during phase 2, phase 3.
Still quite spread out in general across the map. Timing is everything here, especially for the Unicorns. They have had a long journey and a lot of time spent. Now they have teams ahead of them. In the southwestern hills, Shockwave with a large spread. TJB again with a large spread. But no one really challenging. No one else really dropping out super early.
Yeah, TJB obviously down to 2 players now. Bit of a crazy spread, my opinion, going 1-1. But if you want to try and hold as much area as possible and try and figure out where teams are coming from in phase 2 and then attempt to locate fairly remote position away from as many teams as possible and then hold that down, that's okay. That's a respectable place to hold. So I think for TJB, this is kind of a game of survival now, as opposed to their original run, which was aggression and a murderous spree. But that was quickly put to an end by our vigilantes in Clear Vision, which I'm very pleased to say. Because they've not been having a very good run of it. So we're getting a little bit of, redemption there. Pump up the numbers just a little wee bit for Clear Vision, might make them feel better. Because I do think that a fair few of the mistakes have come through perhaps desperation or panic, because there's some weird players, and I think you cast a couple of them yesterday where they're just razzing it down roads that they haven't scouted and getting all popped out the vehicle on the way. So I think that's maybe a little bit of a confidence booster there for Clear Vision.
I mean, there was the classic Clear Vision send down the hill with 2 in a party bus.
Yeah.
That was
bad.
Yeah. But, if they're picking that up and learning from it, you know what? That's a good thing, because you can make a mistake once. I think you can be forgiven for making a mistake once. Although, to be fair, you should. I don't know about that one. But as long as you are learning from it, right? As long as you are taking that in your stride, you have 45 games if you get into all 3 super weekends to prove that you do deserve one of those spots in the finals.
Oh, I think that's one thing that's always been on the side of PUBG Mobile players, and that's time, right? There's plenty more super weekends to go, and by plenty more I mean 2. It's not the most, but realistically, getting into those gives you more time to practice, more time to hone your own skills, figure out what's going on, what needs to be done next. Big here, the weird game last game, and being in the green room with Kalaris, we were discussing about how it was very odd that Mickey had the majority of the damage done in the lobby, even at phase, I think it was 4 or 5, when he'd gone down so much earlier in the match. So what we can't say about Big is that they don't dish out the damage. What we can say about Big, on the other hand, is that sometimes they have a little bit of difficulty getting in towards that late game. And we were looking at their rotations last game, John, where they moved down southwest from Severny. Perhaps that's to pick up vehicles. Perhaps it's to move into a position to check out box compound, scout, and then move back up northeast. So I do think that their rotations maybe could be more efficient. And I think that's one thing that I'd like to see more out of them. However, this push down towards just south of SWAT 69, I'm okay with. It sets you outside of Chumacera, should that be the landing zone of the circle, which it's looking like. So I like this rotation, gives them a lot of options going forward.
Real Tigers 9 spot FTY as they enter on the northern side. Still Game Lord to come through on the back, and RESQ a little bit further out. But Real Tiger 9, they want the fight. They want to try and take a couple of these shots. But Nox only takes a bit of damage. I say only. That's the majority of his health pool.
I should be able to get away, though. Maybe not the best time to take a shot there from Mango. I mean, you want to stay unknown at this point in the game. You don't want to be really giving away your position too early. Now, FTY have a clear idea that Real Tigers 9, or at least a team, is going to be up towards their northern side, and they can prepare for that going forward. Again, though, with this circle and that plane path, there is going to be a lot of teams already within this, so there is going to be limited space for teams to play in, so getting in early is probably the best bet. See, Romanian Men have taken that to heart, as well as Big, so this is great news for them. We do get this circle that shifts down even further south towards Chumacera, Minas Valle, so very, very awkward terrain to play around from now, Mr. John.
No prison finish, though, unfortunately. Maybe we'll get one of the Los Higos Islands to finish on if it keeps shifting down south. Unicorns of Love out in the blue, Clear Visions and Game Lord as well, but whose path is harder to get in? I've got to feel the Unicorns is a lot trickier. Clear Visions have that clean road on the western side. Game Lords, there's a lot of teams ahead of them, though.
Yeah, for Clear Vision, this is actually a fairly good rotate into this circle at this point in time, because you have that road that goes all the way down the western side. It's covered, at least LOS-wise, just by that massive valley that runs through the center of that western road. So they're not going to be spotted making this rotation. They can rotate just underneath and over the top of the Valdemar Bridge. So this is great news. I actually really like this from Clear Vision. I think the only standout point for me is that, you know, coming this late into the circle through this road, perhaps there's already teams waiting out on top of the Ladriera mountainside with the compounds there. But then again, you know, with this circle, perhaps I would say those teams would have already moved. I'm trying to really break this rotation down, and I think that I'm coming to the conclusion that it's an 80% good play. There you go. That's my number I've plucked from the air.
80% of the time, it works 100% of the time. That's right.
Yeah, so we'll take that play from Clear Vision.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They'll have to make that go through just a little bit. A lot of teams vying for position around these Chumacera Hills, one of them being Big and another one being Super Young roster. Both going to be looking for some control of these silos. Not really taking this fight aggressively just yet.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of high points around this area where you can see where Super Young roster is playing. It gives you a lot of variability in terms of positioning, which is great news for them. I think Big would love to steal this spot away from them because it gives them, again, a lot of those pain points that will be taken away later on when you have to rotate. This is a good position to do it from. Gives you oversight if you can get up towards Giants position too. So I think this would be a great position for Big to be able to remove from Super Young roster, but it looks like they are going to be trying to hold on to it quite firmly. Molly through the window to start this one off, and they're just clearing out these buildings, but they are big buildings, John, so it's not easy to get a clear line of sight onto any of them.
He's pouring in through those windows right now. There's Molotov in, but not quite. I don't think that managed to go all the way through that window and get all the way to the position. The Mozero, he's going to go again. This time, I think he's aiming for the top floor, but not really finding too many of the Super Young roster players. The big players push on up, and Mihi takes the upstairs on the building. Lindo, I think he spotted that. I think he spotted that ascent, and they'll know that Mihi's there.
Yeah, I like this from Alendo so far playing on Super Young roster. He is always holding that backstop, that anchor position for them, which is really nice. Mozero and Mihi could come under fire from him fairly quickly, so they have smoked out this balcony. I respect that play. I like that play. It gives them a little bit more room to play around with, so this is a team that's very aware of their surroundings. But now that this circle shift comes through, this fight becomes a lot less appealing to both these teams. You more than likely want to move away from this area, but how do you do that without being shot in the back? So, you know, this fight either needs to be accelerated or there needs to be a good disengage. And with Beast taking a good chunk of damage now, Super Young Ross is in a good position to continue putting on the pressure.
And they are moving on up to the top floor there. Tam Tam pops a nade, but it backfires and actually takes damage himself. That is really not what you want to see for Super Young roster. Mihi through the door, suppressing that doorway as well. The rest of the team pour the bullets through, but it's Swat to go down. Tam Tam able to shut out that sight line, and Beast looks for the peak. boosters are in as well as we get several points of view into this fight. Ali drops down around the outside, finds Mazzaro as well. Mihi and Beast both low, and Tamtam's on the move as well. Mihi low as Ali survives it, but one more to fall, and everybody's going in. But it's Tamtam finally who is out of this fight for the time being, and Big can stabilize.
Yeah, Elendo lost a lot of vision on this side, but he's starting to come around the side. And this is kind of the unknown factor towards this one. Vehicle moves in, they're still trying to get this res off, so time is of the essence for Big.
3 players up, 1 low, and Swap immediately goes back down. Mihi with it all to do, on to Hamodi, trying to find those shots, and it's Ali to fall. Mihi still low, and now Beast is trying to clutch it on out. Last player standing for Big versus 2 from Super Young roster, looking for the shots around the sidelines, and it's just Beast left in this fight for them. The nades maybe looking to pour on out. The flush did go there, and it's a beautiful nade to find Hamodi and gets a flush as well. Elendo, though, sticking the res over onto Ali. Beast moves around the outside as the blue zone there. 2 players are up, and it's too many barrels for Beast to handle. Super Young roster, find Big.
At least 8 barrels there, John, and he just was not juggling all of them at the same time whatsoever. Very well played from Beast, though, to try and clutch out that fight towards the end, and it just did not happen. I think Tamtam was the linchpin in that fight. He had such a great angle onto that area where Big were trying to get themselves into, and I think that's just a failed fight in that regard, where it's a case of they're all funneling through one corridor, where it's a tiny little gap, and all Tamtam has to do is peek around the corner of the wall, send some bullets spraying through, not exactly even at the right time, to just send those downwind now and again, and they're going to hit target. So very, very well played by Tamtam to allow Elendo to get back into position from his anchor stop, whilst basically slowing that whole fight down. It does mean they're out in the blue for a long, long while now, but Super Young roster down to 3, they still have a good shout to this game.
All right, taking stock. Clear visions, and Penta right now on the south edge will have to move north, and they're nading towards each other. You've got to wonder if they can disengage this fight, especially with a knockover towards clear visions. Do Penta want to let this one lie? I don't think so. Manu lays some shots down and lands a couple as well. Gets the reload off. He is pretty broadside there and open to the players a little bit deeper there, as Clear Vision have that flank. Could prove to be fatal. 2 players started to crunch in, and it's all coming down for Penta. But again, there's even more flanks, but he's on the swivel. Penta eliminated as Vindex, the only one to fall.
Yeah, Penta just seems to be falling off more and more as this tournament goes on. A lot of these plays just feel lackluster, and a lot of that forethought that you would expect from an experienced team like this is just not coming to bear. And losing a fight to Clear Vision, no offense, it's kind of a sad day for Penta. But again, Clear Vision played this game well versus Tongjibao early. I'd like to see how much further they can go. Honestly, they have had a lot of that success here on Miramar itself, so maybe this is the one to do it.
Eastern Stars, 3 players alive. Unicorns of Love, also 3, as they did lose a player just there to the Eastern Stars. Those east side, and might have to cross the road here to get a little bit further north after this fight.
Game Lord making it in with just the 3 players. I think they were out in the blue for a very long time. A little bit longer than I would have liked, to be honest with you, and they've lost a player because of it. Eastern Stars backed away. See how many players they're currently on. Just the 3. Just the 3 is a little bit of an overstatement. I mean, 3 players is still decent, but I think they were backed off by 4 Romanian men who have played this position quite frequently, actually, and won an area around it. Real Tigers 9 going against Super Young roster. Ali in the front behind the rocks will have to go for a med, but Hamodi's currently down. Elendo still playing that off angle.
And he's getting tickled as well. It's really not a good situation for Super Young roster. Ali forced away, has to play behind the bus, but is not even going to make it there. A nade over the top, and Super Young roster are flagging after their first game performance. It's really not what you want to see. In terms of conversion, just not going to work out. And Game Lord hold the ridgeline. Real Tiger 9 send down just a little bit too far, and they lose control of their flank.
Yeah, this is very well played from Game Lord. They've done this several times now here on Miramar, which is just perfect third parties onto enemy teams. Real Tiger 9 not particularly in the best position, but they're taking shots from Super Young roster in the distance, as well as GameLord just holding them out. And I like this from GameLord because they're not moving too far down. They're just holding the ridge side. You know, they know that Real Tiger 9 have to come to them, and it is on open ground to say the least. This is very, very awkward. Nice off angle from Narvalo, moves out into the blue to do it as well, and then repositions in the buggy. This is beautiful from GameLord.
I mean, a nade is all you need at this stage, but FTY have a position just over that ridge line. GameLord need to be careful about moving up. You can see these nades starting to pour through. They know where they're coming, and Real Tigers 9, they're not going to take this one lying down. Forwards, and with momentum, they will strike out towards GameLord, but it's such a difficult climb here to keep on going. As GameLord reposition, again being crunched in a little bit by the blue zone. Hardman is there, and actually somehow, some way, Blank, they've moved GameLord off them.
Yeah, well, I mean, GameLord are just pushing back slowly but surely. They know that Real Tigers 9 are going to be out in the blue, and they're having issues because of it. They've got no vehicles to speak of, so realistically, GameLord can just leave Real Tigers 9 high and dry. FTYs off in the distance. XTEAM push away the players from Unicorns of Love, which is a little bit unfortunate, considering, John, there was only 2 players from XTEAM to make that fight work. The other 2 in Bimmy as well as Sia are down towards Rescue on the southwest, so it was just Zombie and Beg for Mercy to make all of that happen, which is incredible.
Oh, Mango didn't go for those shots there. A little bit of a sitter, but they weren't going to take that fight just for the moment. Shockwave try and move forwards towards 4 Romanian Men and get punished for it. Nico down. Sorry, Seiko.
Run up from 4 Romanian Men, taking the hay bales. I think most of these hay bales at the moment, they're a particularly good spot to play in when you have nowhere else to go.
Quite
Eastern
itchy,
Stars, yeah, try and take the central position. I think that's very, very good from Eastern Stars. They've done that last game as well. And I respect that confidence to just immediately try and take a central spot. And it's towards that later half of the game as well, where they know there are a lot of teams down. They're in a good spot coming from Impala on this Eastern side. They've cleared the majority of that out, and now they can start to capitalize. So really, really well done there. But GameLord, I do think, despite everything, have managed to play a good game from that northern side.
There we go. Seiko does go down, but at the moment, FTY holding out Real Tigers 9. An easy dropout there. 2 players alive for FTY, but 3 for Real Tiger 9, and they now have the same compound. The committing to this building, I find interesting. I don't think they want to stick in this fight with the blue zone this close.
I mean, Real Tigers 9, they understand that they're ahead of FTY, so this movement should have never happened in the first place from FTY. They should have moved up a little bit further. The fact that Real Tigers 9 was stuck on that crest, right, and have been able to move all the way across here, is a little bit unacceptable in my eyes.
Look at Narvalo. He sent all the way back out here. He drove into this position on the north side of this fight.
Looking to maybe pick up some frags, the exit frags at least, which would make sense to me. If he can start to weaken this side of the map, it makes the live of GameLord a lot easier. It just does put Akashi as well as Victor into a little bit of an awkward spot, but they can hold out for the time being. Kaylee Boy hitting some nice shots on the retreat from Real Tiger 9, but this is where Narvalo can start to take his advantage, right? This is where he can start to really implement some of that scouting capability, move back the rest of the team, let them know what's going on, and then play from here.
On the south side, XTEAM, by the way, 10, 11 eliminations, 12 eliminations. They're going up by the second. 13 eliminations. Goodness me. We've seen them just pick up 3 more points and pop them in the XTEAM basket there.
I mean, this has been killer from XTEAM. They've played a 2-2 split for a lot of this game. That's a nice nade over the top as well. Don't know which player that came from, but that was one heck of a nade to get all the way over there. Shockwave now down. Eastern Stars trying to push back the guys from Clear Vision, but already losing a player to Akashi on that northern side. But XTEAM have had a fantastic game here on Miramar, holding down so many fronts, and that's the only way they've got this many eliminations this early in the game. Well, this late in the game, but earlier on they must have had quite a high elimination count because they were fighting Unicorns of Love and they were fighting Giants at the same time, which is very, very well done. You have to be extremely skillful to pull that off.
Low HP bars behind those vehicles, behind those tractors. And any little shin that pokes out is getting torn off straight away. Especially with Sarah on the off angle there. Surprised the nade hasn't been popped in. And Sarah must know about it. Beg for Mercy. Ooh, takes a dip there. It's clear visions now have sight onto this fight.
Yeah, this is the brief moment of reprieve for Giants to start to crawl their way back up again. Wants to pick up the boy Beg for Mercy, who's been doing a really good amount of work, but Zombie spots the push. Very, very astute here from XTEAM, understanding that there might be more players moving up there. Goodness me. They're making this look easy, up to 16 LMs here, John.
But there's still a player behind them, and Sarah didn't make a lot of noise there. I wonder if they know there's a third party, a snake in the grass behind them. They'll have to be worried.
I do really hope that this is a good game for Eastern Stars. I think they've made some good rotations. Yes, they had a fairly decent spot to drop into. It's 4 Romanian men out. Shot over towards Sia, but won't quite finish that player off. Victor, though, this guy is an absolute killer when it comes to this map. Great with these long angles.
Akashi, no. I mean, he was out in the open for such a long time there. I'm surprised it even took him that long to get the knock, but making it that far forwards, if they can regroup onto that position, maybe they can get that res, but I think it's just too tricky. Look at that trade going through. Zombie goes down to Victor on the hillside. They try and make that cross. Oh, so close.
Yeah, this might be an opportunity to move up for Game Lord, though I think Akashi's position is not amazing. This is looking like the 17th limb to add to the basket.
Jeez.
Good stuff. This is our highest elimination game through League Play and Super Weekend so far. Another goes down. They are feeling it this game, John.
I think 18 is the record right now for a chicken dinner elimination total. And they will have to push through these and fight a little bit more. Samo gets flanked on and put 2 more on the tally. 20! They're up to 20, and there is still more to do. A total 24 possible here if they pick up everything. Eastern Stars are in front of them. They have 4 players alive, and they have everything going for them right now.
The adrenaline must be pumping. They spot Doran, take shots over towards him, takes a heck of amount of damage, still nades in the pocket. They have been looting so many of these boxes so far. Absolutely, he goes down. And that nade should confirm just about. There you go, 21 eliminations. It keeps on rising, John.
And now the Eastern Stars have 1 player standing. Beg for Mercy low, but not out just yet. It is Narvalo and Victimo from Game Lord, and that's the only reason that I'm not singing the XTEAM Chicken Dinner just yet. Fahala low. Narvalo takes a knee to Zombie as the flank comes through. They're leveraging these numbers, Blank. He's moving out wide.
This might be a record.
It's Victor moving in for the spray. Up and down. Swift. This guy dodges bullets for breakfast, and Zombie now up to challenge. And Victor finally falls. Another to be found, and it's only the one. 24 eliminations for XTEAM. They take a brutal chicken dinner on Miramar. What a performance from XTEAM.
I think that's genuinely a world record. I think that's genuinely a world record in PMPLs. I do not know if any other team has got that amount of eliminations before. What just happened?
Wow.
I am flabbergasted. Goodness me.
I mean, they had 10 eliminations on that south side when we jumped on board with them, and we stayed on them, and they just kept on coming. The fact that they were able to clean out so many of that final circle's kills was insane.
What is that?
What is going on? 4,222 damage, and they only took 1,000, Blank. They only took 1,000.
I don't really have much to be. I will say one thing is that the fact they were able to incorporate that 2-2 split towards that mid game and make it happen, taking down players from Unicorns and Love, hampering the likes of Giants, was incredible, and was something that I thought was folly at the beginning, but they managed to make it work, and it worked extremely well. I just have to give a huge amount of props to this team. I mean, they've come from nowhere in Miramar. I think there have been some moments of like where I've thought to myself, you know what, X-Team looks fairly good. Beg for Mercy was an impressive player back on Unicorns of Love, but never really that standout guy, right? They had other players on that team who were just incredible, but oh my God, Ghoul, goodness me, 1,523 and Zombie with 9. That right there is the Halloween squad, and they will send you packing, screaming, and no treats to be found.
Goodness me, I wonder if that damage total is higher than the second place damage total for the second team, right? Like,
Yeah.
I wonder how much damage the second place team was able to get there. 1.5 is the mark, but oh my God, XTEAM gonna give it to you. That's all I can say. They absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely dominated in that Miramar game. And gee, let's go to the Alistair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know what we can say about that. Was that 24 eliminations? Over 4,000 damage?
Yes.
Cloris, as the man of many talents, and many voices, and more importantly, many sound effects.
It's me.
What would you give that one?
I could press one of my buttons, but I'm not going to do that.
Press it. I believe.
No, absolutely not. I'll give it a yip yowie. That was what we'll go for that one. That was, what was this game?
Okay. Max, can you one up that maybe?
Oh, there you go. I don't know. I just
Oh,
that's
no.
a French one. And
Kind of rude. That's kind of put a downer on the whole.
I thought you were saving that for
Okay.
Game Lord.
fair enough. Yeah.
But you know what? Max will redeem us in a second. Before we go to X Team stats, I want to see the match rankings, right? Because we got to see how many points the teams got. We got to see how many points they got. How close is the team next to them? 39 down to 16.
Oh my word.
Is this the highest elimination game we've seen, and also the highest point scoring game we've ever seen?
I think in PMPL Western Europe that might be the case. I'll have to
for sure.
fact check this, but I am 99% sure this has been the highest point game we have ever witnessed in a PMPL Western Europe since the spring split of 2021, right? I think this is the very first one, and 24 eliminations coming out from this one. I've never witnessed a 40-point bomb in one single game, but it almost happened here for XTEAM. That is absolutely mental.
Bask in the glory of XTEAM. All right, you are now praising at the church of XTEAM. The other teams were merely allowed mere points, mere glimmers of points, as XTEAM rose to the occasion, ascended to the heavens, and brought us the 39-point game. What we just witnessed was nothing short of incredible down in the south of these circles here. Jason, they were absolutely blasting. And I mean, we said at the beginning of the day, right? This is a team that with the leadership has the potential to be able to give the challenges to the giants up at the top. And here we are. Look what they give us.
So just to give some context, right, about this 39 points, if this was the only match they played in the 7 matches, well, I guess in the first day of Super Weekend, they would be in 5th place. Funny enough, where they were at the start of the day was also 5th place. Like, that's how far ahead they would have pushed up the rankings from last to 5th just off one game alone. That is ridiculous stuff. And we'll go ahead, James.
It doesn't happen often. This kind of thing doesn't happen often. What we just witnessed is something special, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, bear witness, keep this in your mind, because it's going to linger there for a while.
John Allen, of course, the stats man here, they eliminated 40% of the lobby.
That's a number. That's a big number, right? I'm like, no, is that to me? Okay, I'm going for that apparently. But I mean, yeah, it's really hard to talk about the teams even on the second page, right? Just all the focus is, of course, going to be on XTEAM. Though, I'm looking at that weird part, really, James, with TJB taking that fight versus what I think Clear Vision, and yeah, the TJB just got completely blind into that fight. What was happening? You have weapons, sure, and you're chasing down players to literally get into a building. I'm like, yeah, this is a good idea. Let's commit to it. Like, don't.
Yeah. As soon as they go into a building, there's like a 60% chance of them getting a weapon that's going to beat an M16 in close combat. Anyway, sorry, go on, Jason.
No, this is you, James, right here. You know why.
Oh, yeah, okay. Wow! 2 players just getting themselves over 1,000 damage. But actually, just Ghoul and Zombie, as, you know, previously mentioned by casters and things like that, just what amazing performance that they were able to put out here. It's as if they were really rolling with the punches and just going from strength to strength with it, you know, just finding fights. Yeah. I mean, they were even getting knocked sometimes, but just going and, you know, being able to kind of recover from those situations that they found themselves in. Admittedly, when something like this happens, they are working with nigh on kind of some perfect terrain capabilities, right? They know where their next move is going to be. They know which next ridge they're going to be taking as they move forward. It's even evident when they pull up in the buggy on the east side of that circle, just the Hail Mary, they know it's going to work out because they've already got the covering fire in place to enable that to happen. I could talk about this forever. Sorry, I'm rambling now, but like there's so many cool things to talk about in this XTEAM execution.
Yeah, I mean, really, before we went into the Super Weekend, I had the chance to have a little chat actually with Beg for Mercy, and I was like, how do you feel going into this Super Weekend? And open quote right now about what Beg for Mercy said: until we get our confidence back, other teams can have fun around the map. After that, all they can do is pray. And I'm thinking, even praying is not going to be enough after we get 24-pointer in eliminations like this. Yeah, praying is not going to cut it, guys. Like, you need to get something else.
They can pray and beg for mercy.
He said it himself. Like they're basking at the temple of XTEAM. They have to pray for mercy. This is perfect. This is too perfect. Oh,
I'm hoping Max and Clarus are doing the exact same thing I'm doing right now, but I almost guarantee you they're not. Oh no. Okay. Oh, Max, what was that?
There was 2 options. There's 2 options. I'm like, where do I go with? I don't know.
The thing I like is he allied with me first, right?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna throw this up. Max, you can throw whatever you want up.
Oh, someone
James, you can throw whatever you want up.
You have your nails done. Oh, that's nice.
Maybe. Yeah. Thank you for noticing. Let's take a look at the total damage and eliminations in the last match.
Oh my god!
What?
You're gonna need a magnifying glass to see the damage from any other team.
Ghoul almost beat every other team in terms of damage. Ghoul alone, he had what, 1,530 some?
Yeah.
Only Clear Vision was able to even surpass it, but still close. That's insane.
And normally you look at this graphics, just there's a nice little slope there. This is a cliff right now. Like the drop off between first and second place in damage is huge. 4,222. I also think this is a record set. I mean, it's not surprising because it got 24 eliminations, but what? As you said, James, I couldn't say any other way. This is special what we just witnessed from XTEAM, and I don't think we're going to see anything even remotely close for in the rest of this tournament. If we do, that would be the best PMPL you could ask for in terms of special games like this. But
100%.
Wow.
Yep.
Man, I just don't know what to say. I mean, obviously, it takes a massive amount of skill to be able to pull something like this off, right? To get that many eliminations, you have to go in your way at some point to be able to pick up those eliminations, but at the same time, you have to have the raw skill to be able to close those out. And as you guys mentioned, I think they took like 1,000 damage, but did over 4,000 damage. Like to get these fights cleanly and quickly is also even more important.
Yeah, I was actually very surprised because I was talking about this before we actually went on this segment, and the fact that they were able to make things work out in the South when they were holding a 2-2 split and there was like 5 teams taking the fights at the same time, and they come out on top as a 4-man while taking so many teams on at the same time as a 2-2 split is mental. So it's even more impressive that they were able to get this amount of work done as a 2-2 split. Like, this is insane to look at.
You can see Eastern Stars have claimed the first place spot, but XTEAM able to move up the rankings 2 slots, also secure themselves. I mean, we forgot about this, right? They had a phenomenal game, but they also get themselves $1,000 for it too. On top of this, TJB in 4th place, currently big in 5th. Seen a little bit of a shuffling in our overall stands. For instance, FTY, start of the day, we talked about them up against XTEAM. They have fallen from 6th down to 8th place, but we're seeing some slight movements. But again, like if you're a team, if you're Eastern Stars now, you have 110 points. Fairly certain that if you don't qualify for one super weekend, you're probably still going to be top 16 at the end of the whole 3 weeks, and you'll still make it into the finals. So for teams like XTEAM, that victory obviously massive for confidence, but also gets them like one step closer to for sure being in the finals.
But it shows again as well that when we come to US, we have, you know, the rosters that are established that we know are going to be able to make waves, make things happen and stuff like that. But the talent pool becomes ever deeper with every single tournament we do here. And that is absolutely exemplified by XTEAM here. Yeah, Big for Mercy might be at the helm, but look at how Zombie and Ghoul were able to perform in this game alone, never mind other games, with the 89 points they've got. Really cool stuff.
I think we might look back at some point on this game of XTEAM and say, like, this was the game that just qualified them for the finals. Like, that might be how things go.
Oh,
but,
my.
Oh, wow. Look,
Unicorns Love have 1 chicken dinner. So 15 out of their 18 placement points came from 1 match. They played 7 matches.
Oh, and they had 12 eliminations in that game too.
Yeah.
Rough,
this hurts to see.
Times.
Yeah, because when we were talking about this game, I think it was around phase 5 or something, this was the exact same circle that we saw where Unicorns Love actually got second place, and yet they just got completely overwhelmed by the sheer force of XTEAM. Actually, it was. They just fell to the hands of XTEAM, so they couldn't make things work out this time, Unicorn. So yeah, except that 1 win, we haven't seen anything from them this Super Weekend.
You know, forget X-Team, let's start calling them X-Force. I think Deadpool will be happy to have them on his side here. We're going to take a look at the schedule really quickly, though, as we head into our 3rd match of the day. And clearly that joke hit no one correctly in the funny bone. So we'll move on from this one. Erangel, 3rd match, then Sanhok, then Erangel. I don't like your pity laughs. All right, I don't like those one bit. So those are the last 3 matches until we're done with the day. Remember, we still have another day of Super Weekend to come up tomorrow. And actually, just speaking of that, tomorrow, obviously the clocks over in Europe do go ahead 1 hour, go forward 1 hour, go back 1 hour.
I never know.
They do something.
They do something. You spring forward, so they go forward 1 hour. So the show will be starting, I think, a little bit of a different time. But let's head over to our commentators, though, because it is time now to get into our match. We have Blanket and Imperium once again.
We return to the broadcast. That's what we're doing here, Mr. Imperium. Having a good time with it. I mean, just watching XTEAM basically obliterate half the lobby was fun. But we were having a quick discussion, me and John at least, about, you know, Game Lord. How, you know, that was actually still a very good game for them coming from the northern side, spending a lot of time in the blue, the disengage, the rotations of them, all very, very good. Just completely overshadowed, though, by the game from XTEAM. Now, all they have to do it again. I mean, I'm not asking for a 24-hour limb, but the way I see it, you come off the back of that game, you are feeling amazing about yourself.
Their performances overall haven't been the most consistent in the PMPL so far, so I'm really glad you mentioned that about XTEAM off the back of what kind of performance they pulled. It really needs to be in some way not repeated, but they don't want to get a 0-pointer game, right? It needs to be followed by 8 to 10 points, because that's going to help their confidence, their stability as well. Because when you pull off a massive game, and like we mean like a massive game that they just pulled off, that, especially in the eyes of competitive players, that only lasts for a small period of time, right? Because they're so focused on the next games. So that memory, it might live on, but it won't really be the reason why they continue to do well unless they actually repeat some kind of level of performance. So yeah, I do want to see more consistency from XTEAM.
And needed to be said, right? And I think that XTEAM look fantastic, and I think there have been some moments where I'm like, you know what, XTEAM looks like a good team, like a good team to be working with here in the PMPL. And I think looking at Ghoul and Zombie though, goodness me, not the players I thought would stand up because they've been a little bit quiet as opposed to Beg for Mercy, and Beg for Mercy's been really like kind of dragging his team a few times. It feels to me like being one of those big members up front, and it's so weird that off the back of that game, Beg for Mercy comes out with the lowest damage out of all of them on that team, and the rest of them are just really picking it up. And the way I see it is that's a thank you to Beg for Mercy. Honestly, it's like, look, dude, you've really got us this far. Now we're going to pay you back for it. Regardless, that sits them at 3rd place. Yeah, they're a fair bit behind though, like 30 points behind Eastern Stars and Game Lord. Congratulations to Eastern Stars, by the way. Some very, very neat rotations so far, and I mean that literally. Like, they've been very clean in terms of where they're going, where they want to go. I think it's still that case of losing a few players early on. They're not going for massive elimination games, but more focusing on getting into those final circles, which by all means, good. Keep doing that.
Exactly. I've noticed a massive shift in Eastern Stars playstyle today between yesterday. They've been very passive. They haven't been slow. They've just been somewhat passive. And you could argue a little bit of circle look has definitely helped them in that regard. But they being kind of very much, okay, we're going to go for a position. We'll lock it down. If we can get some elimination points off the back of it, cool. But if we don't need to shoot, we'll just stay back. We'll get a good result. And I would argue that there's an element of testing to that. I don't think this is the true form of Eastern Stars, and I say that in a good way because we know they can be a very aggressive, elimination hungry team.
Yeah, I think that realistically focusing on both things at the same time is very hard to do, right, Imperium? Like,
exactly.
If it's a case of, God, we need to improve both our rotations and also our eliminations, it's like, oh, too much is going on. So you need to more focus on one thing or the other. And I think focusing on the macro right now, which is the rotations and getting into that late game, is more important, because the more times you get into that late game, the longer you have to practice your gunfighting, right? Your team fighting. Because it's no good practicing team fighting for the first 2 minutes of the game and going out. It's much better to have 1 or 2 fights, right? 1 or 2 fights. That's much better in terms of like the amount of time you're able to go for it. And that's something that Game Lord does very, very well. In which case we saw last game where they were going up against Real Tigers 9. There's an immediate disengage that happens, which John aptly mentioned. And they leave them to FTY, and those two teams like tear each other apart, and Game Lord's able to get into the game whilst knowing that behind them it's kind of a storm that's going on, which they don't really have to worry about because it's isolated away from their position. Do get our playing path though, coming in from Zaki down to Sosnovka.
And I was watching the game, and I'm sorry, I just can't help touch upon the previous game. I was watching it, and one of the first things I thought was, this is why I love PUBG Mobile Esports. This is why I love the highest level of competitiveness within PUBG Mobile, because you think you see it all, right? I've casted a lot of PUBG Mobile tournaments, as you have, and I don't think we've ever witnessed anything like that, where it's such a dominant, controlling performance, and I'm here for it. I want to see. I said coming into the PMPL, I want to see the next PMGC champions. Might not quite be there with XTEAM, but they certainly planted the seeds of that kind of success, of those kind of achievements.
Absolutely, 100%. Looking at this circle though, head up towards that northern side. It's a bit of an awkward playing path, to be honest with you. A lot of these teams cemented down towards that southwest. Checking out the most eliminations though, Beg for Mercy with 14 that game, and obviously Ghoul and Zombie quickly cementing their position in first and second place with 2,964 for Zombie. Bloody hell, that's a good amount of damage coming through.
The majority of that obviously coming from the previous game. This phase on circle is obviously a little bit tricky because it being quite high up north. You have Stallbar, which is an area of the map that you don't normally see teams hanging around. It means that area is going to be probably less occupied, which takes away a lot of the landmass for these teams. It's going to be great for big. The Unicorns Love, we just saw them picking up a little bit of an elimination point of Clear Vision. This is something that I give a bit of a pass for Clear Vision, because Unicorns of Love, I know it was an awkward playing path, but they never kind of like dropped there, right? They don't go in those buildings, so Clear Vision clearly just got a tiny bit caught out.
Yeah, I mean, Unicorns love their Lepovka team, right? So they're the furthest away as possible as this playing path sent in.
Yeah.
So they've had to kind of cut their losses and try and figure out a different spot to go into, which inevitably has meant fighting for them. Luckily, they do win out that fight, and I think that Clear Vision is just not confident enough to just drop on that spot and run with it. And Unicorns love that. Because of that, are able to capitalize off the back of it. So well done to them to make that happen. Big, though, in a fairly comfortable spot up towards Severny, and somehow already Game Lords in yes.
One thing that I've noticed is RESQ is absolutely unoccupied. So I'd like to see certain teams, such as maybe Unicorns of Love, not necessarily Eastern Stars, but maybe even XTEAM. I know they have a drop on the West as an alternative drop spot, maybe even FTY as well. Basically utilize RESQ as a secondary drop spot, should it be that kind of Western playing path that we saw in this game, because it's free real estate, right? It's absolutely unoccupied. There's good loot, there's good entry points in the most circles from RESQ, and I'm even surprised that nobody's there.
I think it's an awkward one, right? Because you're not sure if there's teams already there or moved up. You're pushing down from that circle, from that playing path. So it is interesting no one's there, though, because you would have thought that someone would tentatively at least poke it. Be like, is there anyone in there? Do I hear any shuffling? No. Okay, let's take RESQ. Let's play from there. Let's take RESQ Hill. It's a great position to scout from. So you're right, Imperium. It is a bit weird that no one's currently picked up that spot, but I'm comfortable so far with the positions they're holding on to, with PENTA obviously down towards Sosnovka military base, which is quite far out of the way, and I would have preferred to see them playing in Ferry Pier and then moving up from there. I don't think you necessarily need to rotate all the way down here this early, considering this circle as well. On the other hand, Shockwave up towards Zaki. Not very typical drop spot, to be honest with you. I don't really see many teams dropping in Zaki. I mean, it's so far out the way a lot of times, making those rotates in the late game, it becomes difficult because of it. You're also rotating with the guys from North George. And again, to speak about North George, I love that Eastern Stars now have this secondary drop spot. They don't always have to drop down towards Milta Power anymore, which is quite clustered a lot of times when we have those circles, those playing paths. And I think they're benefiting for it. And I wouldn't even be surprised, Imperium, if we continue seeing Eastern Stars drop in North George and they almost abandon Milta Power entirely.
Ooh, that's actually really good potential. In the last Erangel game, should I say, and the first game of the day, that's kind of what they did. I felt like they could have accessed Milta Power from that playing path in game one, but they did end up going North George. So you could be onto something there with that speculative notice. So well done on that. As far as Shockwave's position. I don't consider, if you really think about it, I don't consider Zaki any worse of a drop spot than Military Island, the military base. If you really think about it, if anything, it's actually technically an easier drop spot because you have way more entry points or way more path lines into the circles than Military Island. You have to go through a bridge. And PENTA, especially if you're comparing the two teams because you mentioned them, PENTA have shown absolutely zero ability of making that Military Island drop work in their favor, where Shockwave, they have shown it, not only with Zarki, but other maps and other drop spots.
I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay.
Mainly because I think, oh dear, he's trapped. Step Hyper, help me. Anyway, looking at this game, I think when you're in Zarki, right? You're having a bad time because the drops, the loot there isn't all that amazing compared to Sosnovka. I think that's why you head to Sosnovka. You can get looted up very easily and quickly with little to no teams around you. Your major pain point is that bridge, like you mentioned, but a lot of times if you just wait it out and move up there later, it's usually okay. You don't have to push up straight away, and right now there's no one gatekeeping it. With Zaki, on the other hand, like there's limited real estate up there when it comes to your rotations, because you have to rotate over that coastal side. in which case you're going to get shot at by the Severny team. You cramp for space over towards North George. You've got to pass through the fields out of Zaki as well. So it's quite clear to a lot of teams where you're playing. I think because it's so isolated as well, like if you don't get a circle like this, for instance, you get a Milta Power circle, your rotation is awkward, to say the least.
Okay, and that's fair. I still kind of hold on to my thoughts.
That's fair. You hold on to your opinion, man.
Exactly. 4 Romanian Men now starting to rotate a little bit closer to the northern side of the circle. It seems like they want to take the cube compound outside of George Ball. Getting ahead of TJB is very positive for them. Okay, they're going past the cube compound, and this is something where I think TJB could adapt their play style to. They're definitely trying to pull off this massive split drop and split loop playstyle, which 9 times out of 10 it's going to work. But there's certain situations where they could benefit by joining closer together earlier to stop teams from getting into a better position in these early circles. You're not always going to get it right, but I don't think TJB have necessarily tried to adjust their playstyle in accordance to where they dropped the playing path and that phase 1 circle.
Oh, well, let's get further into this. Let's explore it. On this side of the map, then, with that playing path which dropped past Everest, right? Surely isn't that a good spot for Tongjabal to head towards? I mean, this is a crazy split. I'll give you that.
Exactly.
They have played Everest and the surrounding compounds towards the bottom side, so it's not always massively split. So it's not the worst thing in the world. I will say that this particular game, things are a bit weird, a bit awkward. Shockwave here, like I was saying before, leaving now from Zaki, it's awkward. And I think, like I said, the fields just show your position so early on, and now they've got all mixed up. Goodness me, Mozro's flying out the window, Swave goes down, but it should be okay, and the res comes through.
Yeah, okay.
I don't want to say I told you so.
Yeah, you kind of told me so, and look, I'm holding on to my opinion. I just don't think Shockwave have been the best example of it in this game. So you know what? Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna stop talking. I'll just stop talking. It's fine.
No, it's good, man. I appreciate your opinion because I've not heard that one before.
Yeah.
And you brought up some good points. But I think that it's okay. It's okay to have that.
Yeah,
opinion.
it's definitely a polarizing, for sure, polarizing opinion. But in the end, big take
Diametrically
advantage.
opposed.
There you go, diametrically opposed. Thank you, John, for that one. Clear Vision up on the northern part of Rozhok is a great spot to be in, but they do have a player knocked. FTY are still in apartments, they're moving in, and I think that's a little bit weird on this kind of circle. It's not a bad thing because it's only phase 2 and the apartments are more on the edge, but if you have a phase 3 shift massively down south, that makes apartments a little bit more stickier and a little bit harder to disengage in when you think 2 circles later. I know, blank, it might be a little bit weird for some teams to think 2 circles ahead, but I think it's a positive thing to maybe be aware of for these teams who go, okay, well, it might work for this circle, might work for the next circle, but what about 2 circles later? And I think that's something that could hurt FTY.
Yeah, I think for FTY, it's going to be awkward coming out from school here, but they should be all right. There are a few teams around them at the moment. I do think that the things you brought up are valid, and I think a lot of these teams are going to be struggling, mainly because of the way this game has played out, right? It's been awkward circles, awkward playing path, and now we're moving up towards Stalba side in the northern part of the map, so a lot of teams maybe weren't prepared for it. Let's talk about PENTA really quick, though, Imperium, because they have moved from Sosnovka now. They're on that southeast side, and this is typically where we see the mental PENTA push, right? And that's what I don't want to look at, right? No. That's not something I want to be on my screen.
And here's the thing, to touch upon that, PENTA in the past have pulled off solid rotations in the first couple of phases. But like you said, it's around this time where they go for this blaze and push deep without any real logic behind it. They made a very calculated decision to go more on the eastern side of the map with this phase 2 because with the playing path, logically speaking, mathematically speaking, it's going to be less congested. And that's the case. That's why they're able to have these big splits as we're about to head into the phase 3 shift big. They're looking for more points. They're finding TJB.
Goodness me, we're heading even further northeast, so the circle, really no one's happy about it, other than Game Lord, I'd say, who have found a fairly high spot over towards Starboard, which is going to serve them well, at least for phase 3. They will most likely have to move unless we hit northeast again. Tongjiabao holding it down, trying to block out the guys from Big. Again, though, they will have to move alongside with the rest of the team. Good shots from Lin, but won't quite take out the player in that buggy.
Yeah, good idea by Big to disengage away from that dip. If you can't really push from another angle, you shouldn't have players or too many players down by that dip. That's why they've looked to disengage. That's some good calculated decision. Maybe also primarily based off the circle shifting a little bit more heavily up north. They lose Swave, but they'll survive as a trio.
Yeah, some good smokes employed by Big. Yeah, sure, they lose one player, but better to go now and lose one player than get stuck into this fight for far too long.
Exactly.
They might be able to get ahead during this, but it's still a little bit unlikely. 4 Romanian men moving into the circle. Not heard too much out of this team so far. They've been a little bit quiet, getting into a lot of these later circles, but fairly often losing 2-3 members with just the 1 player left remaining. So it's been fairly awkward for them today, at least. Super young roster, on the other hand, very much on the south side, trying to rotate in with the likes of FTY, Clear Vision. So they're having a rough time of it. Ali drops out of the vehicle, they're trying to put some pressure on, but it's not good enough. They just need to keep moving, stay ahead of the curve. Right now, FTY and Clear Vision getting into a position to kind of lock them out of this circle going forward.
Sticking close to the road but not fully onto the road is always a little bit of a valuable idea when you're looking to rotate, but I'd recommend that they should stop at the lower dip of this hill, grab a little bit of information. Otherwise you could easily find themselves losing 1, 2, maybe even 3 players.
So here we are sat in a 4v3. There's the Penta push we talked about. It has happened so many times now that it's no longer one of these fluke occurrences. It's something that's consistently happening in these games. They just do not know how to rotate in congested areas, and they have so much trouble with it. The team from XTEAM, they're going to be having to drop the meds in because they've been laid very low, and Mickey hits a cracker with that nade. There's another nade going over the top. Bimmy also low now. There's just Zombie remaining, and XTEAM's had a terrible time about it. 2 players still left alive, with Bimmy trying to get back up on his feet. Sorry, not his Pete. Bloody hell. There's no Pete's in this game, that's for sure. Mickey bandaging up, no first aid kits, so they're all the way out in the blue. So realistically, at this point in time, this guy's got to think about moving into the circle. Down to just 3 for XTEAM. Not the worst thing in the world. Need to get back in the vehicles, get moving into the circle, leave this last player behind.
Oh my god, Mihi. Why is it always Mihi blank? Always Mihi that seems to be able to pull something massive out of the bag for Big when it's all said and done. He's going to go down, but he takes one of the XTEAM players with him. Big are eliminated as next circle has shifted down south. We have a little bit of the tadpole spot of the river in play. Yasnaya, a couple of the buildings and the high ground outside of Stalbar is 4 Romanian men's to control.
Yeah, I mean, beg for mercy here. He has to leave. Can't afford to pick up Bimmy now in Zone 4. There's no way he gets the med off in time. You see Mickey's thought process, right, as he moves down the hill, tries to pick up a first aid kit, keep him in this fight for a little bit longer. But now XTEAM just down to the singular player. Again, you can't fault them too much in this map, setting up over towards North George. These kind of circle shifts, it's always going to be difficult. You're playing against hard teams on this side of the map as well. So Giants at the moment, 4 players still remaining. Want to see a bit more out of this team. We discussed about how, you know, Salazar perhaps a bit of a loose cannon on this roster at the moment, and hopefully they can start to rein him in just a little bit. But so far having some good success at least, but I'd like to see him more times in these later circles.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that kind of team performance from Giants in the PMPL Super Weekend so far, at least we have it's been very limited. SWAT69, I think their rotations have been absolutely on point in this game. Yes, the real crazy circle shifts hasn't helped a lot of teams, but the way SWAT69 moved away from Novo, the way they kind of played into, actually, sorry, they didn't go to Novo, they actually end up going to around farm area, but the way they did rotate on the eastern side, but fairly quickly, much better than the likes of PENTA, and they've been rewarded for it.
They have Game Lord looking over the top side down towards 4 Romanian Men. Trazen try and drop some nades downwards. This is always useful if you're a player with the nades in hand. It was a little bit too far, only 20 tick on the boy for Romanian Men. We'll look towards Victor, who's out in the open for some reason, but serves a distraction technique, gets back to snaking, but I'm pretty sure his position's now known, just jumping up and down, trying to see some more players. But it's Eastern Stars rocking up here, and this could be the game changer. Game Lord's got to be worried about this, and they are in no position to fight back against both these teams. Caught under the same example they started setting over on Miramar, which is the third-party Kings.
Yeah, Eastern started to be fairly passive in this game, but now is their opportunity to wake up, smell the coffee, and find the elimination point. Spicy is knocked. Victor is going to get a bit of a return fire, but this all it does, it opens the door for Eastern Star to rock in and pick up both of these teams and lay them down on the ground. We still have phase 4. Blue Zone is closing in. Victor cooking up a nade, unfortunately hits off the side of the wall. Nothing he can do about that.
Massive respect to Trazen, though, holding his own on that cliffside, finds a knock onto Doran, who has to get picked up. This will give time for the rest of the Game Lord players to get back on their feet and become a little bit more collected and calm in this situation. There's still a play from 4 Romanian Men who can cause some problems for Game Lord. Nade goes through the window, Spicy tries to tick out the way of it, but it's Molotov that will eventually burn the feet out, and he'll have to wander over back to Victor. Trazen again solo. He has to make this work somehow, but he is really the linchpin in this fight. Can't go down, that's why he's employing so many smokes up there to make it harder, because he's got to hold down 3 players from Eastern Stars from approaching this building.
All the while, Rana for Romanian Men is staying absolutely quiet as a mouse. Another player from Game Lord goes down. Rana's gonna get spotted by Octavian going in, and that leaves Eastern Stars with even more control. But Blank, the next circle is shifted and it's gone back down south once again, away from the Stallbar Hills. All of these teams, however many survive, are gonna have a hell of a journey into the edge of the circle.
Eastern Stars, I mean, they're in a position to lock out Game Lord at the moment, which is fantastic news for them. Trazen, I think, he's abandoning ship, but it doesn't work out for him. Gets knocked out. Victor has to make some big happen now, but it's not enough. Octavian jumps around the corner, gonna try and pick his boy up, and there you go. There's a lift feature in play. Yes, please. This is brotherly love.
Man, you always have each other's back, right? Pun intended. It's going to take them out of the blue, revive him up a little bit closer. What is he actually going to walk him down the hill? Are you serious, Octavian? Come on, yeah, you got to abandon ship, man.
Yeah, unfortunate that Giants are here to cause problems for Eastern Stars. I think that it would have been great if they got that 4th member up, but look, they're absolutely tearing apart RESQ. We're looking to hold it down on this cliff edge, but Nana Baby's already found one, looking for some more. RESQ has already taken a heck of a lot of damage, don't really have time to pick up the first aid kits, and they're just moving across them like a tidal wave at the moment, and RESQ, they're getting swept away.
So quick on the engagement, helped by the fact that Unicorns of Love are shutting down Eastern Stars, so there's less chance of a third-party opportunity. I'd like to see Unicorns of Love join back up a little bit closer together. I like the split, but it's not really opportunistic enough to massively punish Giants. Luckily for them, Super Young roster on the other side of the river are shutting down Giants.
Yeah, great shots coming through from Super Young Rosso all the way across from this lake as well. Those are some not easy shots to hit, but any players that they take down on that side of the river makes their life easier into the latter half of the game, which is great news. It's always something you have to go for. Tick drops down into the water itself, keep him alive for a little bit longer, but it's begged for mercy actually, taking down players from Shockwave. Minnows will strike back, and that X-Team now out in 11th. Not getting a lot of points. Yes, great nade onto Giants. Unicorns of Love in here now. Need to make a little bit more happen. One more player down, and Giants kicked out of the lobby.
Wait, Unicorns of Love? 10 eliminations in one game. This is fantastic. And I don't say that to be funny. I say that in terms of genuinely happy to see this performance come through. The split has worked out. The circles have been crazy, but they took control of this game.
Kind of odd that they didn't drop in Lipovka, and now they're having more success here when they have a little bit more freedom on this edge of the map. So that is very curious to me. Unicorns Love, though, Daddy drops into the vehicle, fairly exposed here. We'll have to quickly ram that bad boy into the tree. Sure, he'll dent the bonnet, but it's okay as long as his helmet doesn't get dent in the process.
FTY, 0 eliminations, 3 players left. You have last player Shockwave swimming in the river, I believe, along with the last player of RESQ, but he ends up going down. And FTY, like I said, gonna have to push in on towards clear vision. It's gonna be Mango that actually gets the elimination.
Yeah, I think this was odd from all these teams trying to bank on it dropping into this building, into this area where there's loads of compounds. I think that the correct play was more along the lines of Super Young roster as well as SWAT69, who have currently naded themselves somehow. But that position over there by the lake gives you a lot more options. You're stuck over here with all these other teams now, all trying to scramble to get out. It's so awkward. And these nades just aren't hitting from Real Tigers 9. Usually they're pretty on point with their nades. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Mishu's going to connect onto that. Vindex is going to be taken down to the ground. FTY all the while being a little bit quieter in this area. And as Real Tigers 9 walk through the window, Addis is there along with the rest of FTY, and they say, hi, we're going to take you out.
Mango looking to pick some more players. Peeks the players on the other side, though, from FTY and quickly makes a getaway. As nades are still ringing through. More smokes placed down, so this fight is becoming a little bit chaotic at the moment. Smokes absolutely everywhere. Addis, though, with the high ground, quickly spots that player underneath. There's another there, but Hardman's also taking a huge amount of damage, and that will be FTY wiping the floor. Real Tigers 9, sure, they take a couple of knocks from the nades, but they remain in this one. Alicio, 1100 damage. That's the Alicio that I know.
I look forward to hearing the noise that Kalaris makes off the back of the damage dealt by Alicio in this game. Super Young roster drive through SWAT 69, and we're down to 5 teams.
Yeah, that's really well played from Super Young roster. They realize at some point they're going to need to get rid of SWAT 69. Unfortunately, that will be them now out after a huge nade coming through from Icy Boss, followed up from the Molotov onto Elendo. Unicorns of Love are still ringing out the pressure onto all these teams. It could be another huge elimination point game. Now, Daddy rocks up to the building, a bit more confidence in tow. Drops some nades through the window. Hamodi sees that one come through. Another Molotov will force him onto the stairs. This is so awkward. He's got all of the top stairs locked down by the Molotov. I've never seen that before. That worked out wonderfully. Now just 2 players from FTY. One goes down. And it will be Unicorns of Love looking to flush out these remaining players in the compound with 18 elims total.
Oh, Knox. Is he going to knock on the door? Yes, he is. And Alicio gets knocked, but it's going to be traded very quickly.
Nice play from Daddy and Alicio. They realize that there's not a lot of players remaining at the moment. We're just the one there. They clean this one up. Another carry coming in, you know. Keep your boys together. They want to finish this game off with 4 men alive. Icy Boss looking for that final player from Tick. Won't be surprised if he goes for a jump shot here. It is Icy after all, looking for Tick underneath, who's done a great job to survive this long. But up against Icy Boss, there's absolutely nothing you can do. You are fired, mate.
What is happening in day 2 of PMPL Super Weekend? Game number 2, we had a 24 elimination point chicken dinner from XTEAM. This 3rd game, a 20 elimination point chicken dinner from Unicorns of Love. These Western European teams, they want the title. They want to be crowned the best team in Europe. And this is what we want to see, right? These are the performances that we really want to see, especially from the likes of Unicorns of Love. So beautifully executed.
Yeah, I will say, you know, yesterday you were talking about how this was their performance yesterday was 60% about what you expect from Unicorns of Love, and I think they've brought out the other 40% today, because that was a big game. 20 eliminations total with 3.2k damage done and only 588 damage received, which is unreal, unheard of stuff. So, you know, this is a day of records, to be honest with you, because that is an incredible game where they've hardly taken any damage at all. A lot of their fights have been extremely clean, and I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of that damage there was from Alicio and Daddy just flushing Nox out the building at the final moments of the game there. It was very well done, though the way they came to the circle was very quiet, I'd say, but they were just looking for those third parties, capitalizing on them where they could, and making some smart rotations as a full team. It was well done.
I think there's actually a lot of similarities to the last game and this game in terms of, I think they benefited from the fact that a lot of teams that were coming into the mid kind of phase 3, phase 4 were down to kind of 3 players, maybe 2 players, so it was a little bit easier for them to pick up the elimination points, but that doesn't take away from the communication that's required and the confidence to pull it off, because it's not like they were together the whole time. They had a pretty big spread as we look at the round report.
Yeah, I think that they weren't exactly like playing as a clumped unit. They tended to take these long walls of aggression, which I thought was really good. And there's Alicio, 8 elimination, 34 damage. I mean, we know Alicio to be the MVP of EU, right? And he's not really living up to that hype over the past couple of days, but here you can certainly see that he is one of the best players alongside the likes of Victor, you know, Icy, Octavia. These guys are the ones that stick out in my head. So really well done, and hopefully Alicio can continue to keep this up. I think Daddy's very much improved today, in my opinion, because I think that he was a weak factor on the team. And I know he does a lot of IGLing, but even so, he still felt like he was a slight liability in some of these fights. Today, much more solid.
I totally agree, and okay, he doesn't need to be the strongest performing fragger, but it's really important that your IGL is arguably the strongest player of the team, right? Because he's the leader, right? He's a kind of person that has to be at the top and leading by example. Yeah, exactly. At least be competent. But what a way for Unicorns Love to go into game 4, the game that they ended up winning in yesterday's day 1 as well.
Absolutely. We're going to head to a quick break, and the guys on the analyst desk will have to break down another 20 elim games. So good luck with that. See you guys soon.
darkness. Hey everyone, and welcome back to a brand new player interview here for PMPL Western Europe Spring Split 2022. And today I have the chance and the absolute honor to be joined by the one and only Pocus of Giants Gaming. Pocus, before we get into anything, how you doing, man? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I feel so excited to start PMPL, and yeah, I'm ready.
Same here, man. Absolutely excited to get into the action. But before we get into anything, Pocus, I want to know your feelings and the team's feeling of Giants Gaming. How do you guys feel before entering this brand new season of PMPL Western Europe?
So we feel so like we feel stronger now because we got a new player. So it's Salazar who is fragging and he's showing up like these skills and stuff. So we are excited to show how we can do in this PMPL and just fragging out and being more aggressive, I guess.
Okay. I mean, of course, talking about Salazar joining the team, have there been any major changes that happened inside of Giants Gaming compared to last season, entering into this spring season of 2022?
So we changed that I'm going to be the IGL, the main IGL. And Ulysse is gonna be the free man. Like he's gonna be around, just looking around and just scouting and stuff. I'm gonna try to IGL, and that's it. And we just changed Salazar from Sebi, and yeah, so we have like three true strong players now, and we feel good.
All right, now I'm going to get into the nitty-gritty part of this interview here, and maybe not going to be the best part for you, Pocus, but when it comes down to last season of PMPL Western Europe, you guys arrived 16th, barely qualifying into the league finals of the full split of 2021. Have there been any steps you guys have taken to potentially fix and address that issue coming into this new season?
The last season we become 60 in the top 60 because we didn't practice a lot. We didn't take it that seriously, and we had a big break since the season 1 and season 2, and yeah, we didn't really practice, and we didn't work.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to wash your hands of that last match as Unicorns of Love take themselves a chicken dinner, get themselves an extra $1,000 as well on top of it. However, the only criticism I think we did have for that match was Unicorns probably should win that game, considering the position they had and, of course, the zones as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the high ground that they had, moving down from, well, not moving down from Stalba, but always constantly moving from kind of that Stalba side, and the circles kind of navigating themselves and giving themselves a good opportunity there. And then understanding that they have massive advantage, so pushing on towards those buildings later on to be able to make sure nobody has any room to breathe whatsoever. Very important by Unicorns of Love, very well executed by Unicorns of Love.
I am very happy, though, that they did not get involved in that big fight that was happening up north. I think it was a Game Lord for Romanian Men and also Eastern Stars. They're just like, seeing how the circle's going, let's just avoid that fight entirely, get into circle and gatekeep the north. And because the lake was also involved in the late game, it served as that natural barrier that was forcing all the teams, funneling the teams in their position so they could pick up as many eliminations as possible, which explains the 20 elimination game this time around from Unicorns of Love. But it's good to see 2 chicken dinners so far for them in this tournament, able to get himself on par with Game Lord and also Eastern Stars. But I still want to see a little bit more consistency from them after the games.
Just imagine you get a 35-point match and we're just like, it's all right.
It's not 25.
It's not 39 limbs or 39 points. But it's still amazing for them.
Definitely a problem when XTEAM looks as good as they did in the previous game, right? And like, if I have to weigh up the 2 games, XTEAM in the previous game was very much so, I feel like, really tooth and nail, fighting, going to the next fight, taking that. But as you said at the beginning of this segment, Unicorns of Love, they had some great advantages that they leveraged. And I don't feel like at any point in this game, there was really much threat going their way. They were very much in control because of those advantages.
Well, let's actually maybe dive into their stats here as well. Here for Unicorns Love Us, they obviously did take the victory, and we obviously did the same here for XTEAM right before. It'd be interesting to see what they're able to pull off here. And woo! Okay, I was waiting for that. Almost perfect damage out of Alicio, but still, that is the MVP that we've talked about before, and this is a good sign, a good showing out of Unicorns Love. They've shown they can win matches. There's a little bit of a contingency to it where the zone's gone completely their way, but at least they can take those games, pick up good eliminations, and close things out.
I have the impression in their situation, a lot of teams would have just stayed on the northern side and waited for the teams to come their way. Like when they knew they had the numbers advantage, they went to a 2-2 split, taking control of the western side where the lake was, and also the east of teams trying to survive and exit of Yasnaya Polyana. So they really knew they had a really big advantage and really wanted to press that advantage on teams around them, because otherwise, if you just stand there, you give a chance for other teams to maybe get the surprise factor and secure that win. So at least they were willing to push out and get the win, because otherwise, other teams could have gone away from them quite easily.
And that's the important thing as well. They didn't commit all of their resources down towards the buildings, down towards the compounds. They left people like IC, etc., up on that kind of lake area, understanding that maybe there is one or two threats lurking around there, always kind of covering their backs here. So we saw some veteran moves from Unicorns of Love, understanding that there could have been threats elsewhere.
Okay, well, we can see here a massive difference between first and second in terms of damage. You can see Giants in the 1100, but kind of expected when you get yourself 20 eliminations. But, you know, looking down this list, it's also opened something to my eyes that we haven't really noticed too much. Big's been relatively quiet today. Eastern Stars, I think, has also been relatively quiet today. Game Lord as well, a little bit quiet today. A couple of the teams that we've seen have a really good performance day one, not able to maintain that kind of level, which, to be fair, it is difficult to do.
There's some smart moves coming out from Big. I do think maybe they were actively doing a little hunt at the beginning of this, knowing that, you know, you've got people like Shockwave going up towards Zaki and then slowly moving east based on where the circles are moving, shifting, etc. And I think that they actively looked for some of those eliminations early on. But beyond that, yeah, not much from this one.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the schedule, right? That's our third match done. We're past the halfway point of the day, and we're past the halfway point of our very first Super Weekend, but we're going on over to Sanhok next. And this one's gonna be exciting. We did have, if I'm not mistaken, Unicorns Love actually win this match yesterday. But again, obviously the zones towards Trifecta definitely went towards the direction. But the real question is, Max, can they do it again?
I would like to see another back-to-back win happening here for Unicorns of Love. Really, I want to also see the kutung. I want to see the DBS. I don't know if that was a good impression of the DBS, but I tried. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. Oh, for you guys at home, by the way, if you missed out the start of the show, you missed out on me talking about the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile and the augmented reality treasure hunt that is currently going on. Within it, you can visit PUBGM4thdimension.com. So 4TH, so the number 4TH. Let me just correct that just to make sure none of you out there miss out on this one. You can find some AR airdrops, collect some amazing prizes, 100,000 euros in total, not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13s. And if that's not enough to convince you, we'll take a look at this and you'll see what else is going on.
Well, there you go. Make sure you do check that one out. But we are back for the 4th game of the day. Are we looking at back-to-backs for Unicorns of Love, or can they have this one swept away from them like XTEAM before?
Like we talked about, me and Blank in the previous game about XTEAM, yes, I would love to see a back-to-back chicken dinner from Unicorns Love. It doesn't need to be that massively controlling game like they had in the previous one, but certainly it would once again build to their confidence. I was talking to Daddy in between the two games on the PMPL Discord server, and he actually said to me that was them playing without any real any real kind of like plan of we're going to implement this, we're going to implement that. There was no kind of implementing anything. It was just them playing like they wanted to. And I think that's actually something that they can use. It's not that they shouldn't implement things, but sometimes when you try something so hard, where it just doesn't work, it's good to go back to basics, go back to the foundation, and if that works, you can start again once again. So it's really positive for Unicorns Love.
And, you know, having that sort of longevity as a team is about being able to rebuild fast, to be honest, as quickly as possible. So that journey needs to happen relatively quickly. But again, Unicorns of Love pick up points on games after having severely underperformed in the previous games. It's an all or nothing kind of situation for them. So hopefully they can maintain that consistency. You were saying next week we're going to be looking for that consistency. Well, maybe it's just going to have to be there for them.
I hope so. I hope so. Now, coming into the Sanhok game, we did have a couple of hot drops, most notably Ting with Shockwave and Eastern Stars. I don't want to see that happen again. Same at Runes. Sure. It was for Romanian Men and Super Young roster. I like to see these teams adjust their drop spots, and hopefully we have all 16 teams dropping cleanly and we can have a good Sanhok game.
Good, clean family Sanhok. That's what we want. We're going to be going from Camp Bravo down towards Nakam on our path over the jungle. And it looks like, I mean, it's Sanhok, isn't it? You could go anywhere.
Yeah. The playing path, it really rarely, and I mean like super rarely, comes into play. And like you said, you can get to pretty much where you want to. Eastern Stars, it looks like they're not going to the eastern side of the map on their drop spot. So Giants have all of Kapang and Lakwai to themselves. Real Tiger 9. What is Hardman doing? He seems to be going outside of the map. Is he trying to go to game 5 already? Is he going back over to Erangel?
I guess so. He's sure. I mean, you know, he's just keeping it real, you know. What a guy. Hopefully not too many issues with that. Man. But yeah, Real Tiger 9's position on the east, not really going to be challenged too much given where the circle falls now.
Yeah, and we do see Eastern Stars initially sending Kapahalo in the very tippity top of the mountain, it seems like. And I alluded to this yesterday. It seems like teams looked at yesterday's Sanhok game and where other teams dropped and noticed that nobody went onto the big mountain on the northwest island. And it seems like RESQ want to grab a bit of a stranglehold of it.
Real Tigers 9, pretty close. I said the position wasn't going to be challenged, but maybe Max is going to have his wish and a couple of shots of the gadunk going to go through, but no. No one's really picked it up just yet. Nasgod takes the majority of the damage, has got a first aid there. Focus doesn't want to waste time, though. Forces it out. Will not be able to get that first aid. And, oh, he tries to drop around the stairs, but not going to work out. Nasgod falls, and Giants claim the compound.
I find it really interesting about Giants that Pocus has gone into the IGL role and with that the more of a free man role, because I always regarded Pocus as one of the best close quarter combat players in Western Europe, right? That real strong clutch player for his side. Now, of course, things change over the years, but I thought he would have worked really well with Salazar to be that two-man pushing a team on an engagement, right, with the other two or one player as the IGL looking back and another one joining on a flank angle. So I do find it interesting that Pocus has gone into the IGL free-man role.
Update on the Hardman situation. He's managed to get back to the mainland. So there you go.
Yes.
He's found dry feet. Hopefully he'll be able to get those socks out on the washing line. Get them nice and breezy. Don't want wet feet moving forwards.
It will slow you down if you have those wet socks and
make a lot of noise as well.
There you go.
Squelching about.
There you go. I was going to say that word, but I was like, no, it kind of sounds a little bit weird. But Unicorns love looking for the players of Super Young roster. Unicorns love dropped in Pine Am, but what I like, and I think this is a bit of a sign of what Unicorns love are generally trying to do, whether it's a direct implementation or not, but they are generally rotating earlier away from their looting spots, away from their looting phase. And I think this is a positive consequence of it, where they're able to control these kind of hillsides, especially Sanhok a little bit earlier. And also when you take into account that the phase on circle was heavily down the southwest, it is important that they lock down this Pineland hillside.
Super young roster. They took heavy damage from Unicorns of Love, actually. Reznov had an off angle on them in a couple of buildings, but they managed to keep everyone alive. And no direct push from Unicorns of Love. It's not super often that we see a circle that sort of isolates one of the islands to be pretty much guaranteed to be that final position. I mean, it could still move back towards that trifecta, and in fact, we know how Sanhok circles like to do that. But oh, hang on a minute. Eliseo around the door frame, blasts it off his hinges, and blasts Alendo down to boot.
So you're not going to put your money where your mouth is and guarantee a circle ending on the southwest island?
Guaranteed it's a southwest island circle finish.
Okay, there you go. Okay. I hope you're right, but I also would find it absolutely hilarious if you're wrong.
No, 100%.
After when you see how that does
That's the thing,
come through.
I'm not going to be wrong. It's fine.
Oh, I like that confidence. Now, this is also a very positive kind of circle for TJB, right? I know we haven't seen, this is only our second Sanhok of PMPL, but I talked about this in yesterday's Sanhok game, where TJB have a very similar playstyle to when they were under the Unicorn of Love banner, which is rotate very slowly in Sanhok, play on the edge, go for a bit of a heal strat. But this is automatically a very opposite kind of playstyle that they're going to have to play in this Sanhok game. The circle is absolutely on top of them. As of right now, they still have that 4-man split. Phase on Blue Zone is only just started, so they can get away with it. But as the game goes on, I'd like to see them gather themselves up and react to this circle shift a bit strongly.
Victor forwards for Game Lord should just be able to push in and pick up that elimination there on the Heart-In drop. The Eastern Stars a little bit further south, and they will be guarding out anyone who moves through that northwestern island. Okay, Victor doesn't want to push in. He's waiting for the teammates to come back and go for this revive.
This is so simple but clever rotation from Game Lord. Again, it's a little bit earlier in this phase one, and yeah, okay, arguably you could say maybe they should go more towards the boot camp hillside, but when they know that there's most likely going to be at least one team in Heart-In, based on what we saw in yesterday's Sanhok game, the fact that they're not going for the bridge, they're going for more of a coastline rotation, it's caught Shockwave with their pants down massively. But it's still so simple from Game Lord. It's that awareness, it's that understanding of the game which makes them and these moments just so impressive to watch.
Eastern Stars at the top of Ruins. 3 players there. Should be pretty chill, but Doran is down the hills to the further to the east, holding out some of the buildings. Get a lot of information and sightlines over onto the bridge for watching the crossings there.
Super young roster, still in ruins. I don't like it. 4 Romanian Men hold on to Tambang in towards the coastline position. Super young roster, sorry, should I say Shockwave, did send another player to go for that revive, which is automatically a bad idea. So they're going to look to disengage off the back of that. And big, they're holding on to that northwestern side of that northwest island, locking it down so they have a bit of a cleaner entry point should phase 2 continue to shift down south.
Octavian has a bit of a difficulty there with the rocks, but finally managed to put some ice on it. And it'll be all right. It'll be getting on with the moped. Sending down that hillside closer to the river crossing. Because as we all know, it's 100% guaranteed to have to go down to the southwestern island. So, you know, there you are. In the middle of the roadside at the moment, TJB and FTY have a little bit of a clash.
This is what I was talking about with TJB. They still continue to have that split in teams who know a bit more cleanly how to handle these Sanhok terrains, are going to look to rotate as a bit more of a full squad. It's not the full FTY squad, but it's a hell of a lot more than TJB have around them.
That looked like a clip out of an action movie. He throws a nade and then he jumps out looking real cool as the nade booms in the doorway. If he'd have got a knock, that would have been even cooler, but GK first looking fresh.
Now, the good thing for TJB is that they are reacting pretty quickly. They have them surrounded. There's no awareness. FTY, they get caught out. So that's at least good reactions from TJB.
FTY 2 players alive, Imperium, but Addis is, you can see there just on the minimap, all the way down on the southeast there, near the docks. So completely nowhere to be seen in this fight. And that's going to be it.
Okay, so maybe I might have misspoke, at least in terms of FTY specifically, as an example to a little bit of a mistake possibly TJB had made. Phase 2, the John Allen guarantee continues to live strong. It's once again a southern shift. Hey, look, it continues to. Hasn't been finalized. That mainland is still in play, plus the tiny tip of the Northwest Island.
Nah, if it shrinks anymore, you owe me a cold can of Monster. How about that?
You know what? I can deal with that. I can deal with that.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, the wage has been set. I'll give you 5-1 on your cans. How's that? If it goes away, I'll give you 10-1. 10-1 on those cans.
Okay.
So if it goes back to the mainland, that's 10 cans a month. Wow. That's a game for days.
Oh man, XTEAM played the third game of the day as if they've been gaming for years without controlling they were, but now they're going to have to deal with the likes of Giants down on the southeastern side of the circle. I find it a little bit weird that they've allowed Giants to enter the Southwest Island without any real punishment. I know that automatic hillsides has a lot of trees overlooking that bridge, but you could easily have had 1 to 2 players really controlling that bridge and the others controlling the hillside to be able to deal with Giants a little bit more effectively. They shouldn't have been allowed to get away with that, in my opinion.
Seems to be they've taken that license, though. Oh well. Giants moving down on the south side, skirting the purview of XTEAM, and why wouldn't you? After their performance over on Miramar.
Last player, Shockwave, John. He's botating it. He's recognizing, and I really don't disagree with this, by the way. It's a very, very, very Hail Mary play, and the end result is going to be nothing more than, let's say, maybe top 5, top 6. But I think it's certainly a bit stronger of a idea than trying to traverse through down the south area towards the entry point of the Southwest Island when you're on your own. So I low-key love that from the last player, Shockwave.
Big up the top of the hill. Big up the top of the... I like it. But no, big have a position up the top of the hill in Beast. I heard it after I said it. I had to say it. I had to double down. But Octavian, Doran, Kapahala in this compound. They do have all 4 of them there actually as well. Addis is regrouped since, but they are most likely all going to have to shift down south. At the moment, Big have the lead. They have the inside track onto this next circle, but I'm pretty sure Eastern Stars know they're there.
Yeah, they do. They do. Looking in other areas of the map, Game Lord's still in the blue. Penta is starting to make a bit of noise around Unicorns Love's Painan position. And you can see RESQ have a bit of a hillside overlooking the likes of 4 Romanian Men and even Super Young roster. Next phase is about to pop up, John. Is the John Allen guarantee going to continue to reign supreme? Will I owe you kind of monster?
Ooh.
Not quite yet. It's a pretty hard northern shift.
Still 10-1. Still 10-1. But
sure,
I'm fairly certain teams are going to be looking to move over to the Southwest Island, if nothing else. Positions now went up in value. Swat 69 central in this next zone. Super Young roster as well. This is a pretty solid compound here.
It's an absolutely fantastic compound that they're able to hold on to. Unfortunately, with a player down, it makes it a lot harder for them to control. But if they are able to grab the relevant information in the next 20, 30 seconds, they can certainly do something with it. For Eastern Stars, they're in a very tricky spot. They would nearly be better off trying to shift a little bit back up the hill, but even then on the minimap you can look, Mihi is looking to try and stop that from happening. He's looking to be one step ahead. That's some great play, although he's on his own. He's going to catch him out. Beautiful play from Mihi.
I mean, what do you do? What do you do against that as Octavian? It just doesn't get worse. It just happens like that. Unicorns love clashing with XTEAM on the southeastern side, and it's Unicorns to lose a player on that southeast, but PENTA are in Painan, and they have vision on it. And look at this. The knocks are going thick and fast over in that fight in Painan.
Damn, it's not looking good for the Unicorns Love. I believe that leads them down to 2 players now, Alicio and Daddy, if I'm not mistaken. Dynamic duo. Can they at least pull something out of the bag? It seems like Alicio is a little bit at least further away from the thick of the action in which XTEAM are pushing in. They recognize that they don't want to hold down the hill. They want to stick to the coastline, while Giants, they stick to the other side of the coastline over by the west.
XTEAM find one more of the Unicorns of Love. Doran takes a tumble. Not ideal. And now PENTA have the attention of XTEAM. They caught them with 1 player to go down, but XTEAM aren't happy about it. In Painan, there's still plenty of presence from PENTA. There's all the teams on that northeastern side. Look at a crunch in the southwest area near Tambang, near the compounds that Super Young roster hold, is a firework.
It's kind of crazy, although it doesn't make sense that Real Tigers 9 were able to roam through the trifecta compound without anybody punishing them. The reason why it makes sense is because the first 2 circles were pretty heavily down south. So most noticeably teams are going to be heading in that direction, but I still always value the trifecta compound and the hills just to the south of it in a very good spot in these kind of circles. Next phase. To pop up, Runes absolutely unoccupied. Big make it across in time. Yes, SWAT 69 are in the dead center, but last game when they had a good position, John, they didn't really do anything about it. So I'd like to see it be a little bit different. And it seems like IOU kind of monster.
There you go. Southwest Island guaranteed now. No way it can go away. I've just spotted Addis again. He's been out in the blue since about phase 2 now. Are they going for the heel strap for FTY? Are they just going to try and get placement points here? I mean, the rest of the team's done and dusted, so why wouldn't you? I wonder how many. I don't know if production or the observing team. I don't think they can hear me, but it would be great if you can spot how many meds Addis has right now for FTY.
Plus, wouldn't this be one of the earliest heel strats we've seen? Right, that was from phase 2, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even phase 1.
It's a long time, but it's Sanhok. It's Sanhok, and you can do it. True. I think, especially with the early circles, you can heal out using your bandages, popping a stim early. You can out-heal the zone a lot more effectively, and it doesn't take as many to build up. So investing early is interesting. I just actually caught it on the map feed there. 55 bandages he's using. Oh, wow. He's got. So he is going to bandage until he can't anymore.
Yes. That's actually a very good idea. He has 16 first aids as well. So you're dead right. He's going to use as many bandages until he can't use any more and then rely on the first aids. I know we shouldn't really be too surprised, but I think this is one of the more unique heal strats we're seeing.
Okay. And Addis actually is we can see on our map feeds, is pushing in. Eastern Stars in the meantime do go down. So I have to tune back in with Addis later on when some more of those bandages have been depleted. XTEAM, 3 players alive. They know exactly where PENTA are coming from. And they're shutting down this sightlines. I mean, they lost a player to them earlier on, and they are mad about it.
And this is the difference between a team like XTEAM and a team like PENTA. Got to give props to PENTA. First couple of circles, played through Painan, got an elimination point off onto Unicorn's Love. But they either go 0 or 100. In some games, they go full send into the middle of the circle. Other games like this, they didn't move a muscle outside of Painan, and they allowed XTEAM to get ahead on the higher ground and punish them for it.
Shockwave going down southwest side. Super Young roster guarding that out as the break towards the center and actually allowing SWAT 69 to worry a little bit less about that flank. In the meantime, though, clear vision. TJB on the hillsides and Langzy makes it roll downhill. Index falls. 2 players from Clear Vision. Three players from Clear Vision still looking to push on in. TJB also 3 players alive, but they have the closer position to the circle. They can move into these buildings and start to just guard out Clear Visions, because right now the zone is going to start to tick in phase 5. Unicorns are love out as well.
Phase 5 has shifted over to the west. We're looking at a circle ending outside at Ruins. Big have the low ground of Ruins under their control. SWAT 69, they have the compound on the high ground. It's going to be arguably between those 2 teams.
Addis, in the meantime, still has started now using first aids. I can update you on that. He has started to heal on out there. Clear Visions in the meantime, though, real dire straits as 1 player left standing outside. GK first with the sprays, and TJB, they just want to leave, get ahead of the game, but there's XTEAM ahead of them, there's 4 Romanian men, and everybody else in the center.
Modi trying to heal up. TJB gonna disengage away, gonna fight for their spot in the edge of the circle. There's a couple of rocks up on towards this hillside, but XTEAM have their sights set. 4 elimination points so far, down to 3. Looking for the rest of PENTA. They allowed them to get away, and PENTA, they're pushing on to Game Lord.
Up the top of the hill, Narvalo goes down. Robs now looks for more. Might be able to find it.
My God.
Breaks 2. The 1 versus 2 is good, but Robs is on a sliver of HP, and they go out to the play zone here. The spray from the inside as well, looking to put them down, and it's SWAT 69 to pick up an extra elimination point here. You wanted to see what they could do with this spot, and they are performing at guarding them out. Although, to be fair, that was pretty heavy third party.
Definitely very, very heavy third party indeed. But now they can focus on Real Tigers 9. But Real Tigers 9, they have a bigger challenge in front of them, and that's the players are big.
8 teams remain now, and Addis is still going. First aid's healing on out, looting them around the side. 7 teams remain as Real Tigers 9 go down. Mihi has been in some real sneaky spots today. And Big with 5 eliminations. They're on the north side. They have outside ground here, but they have to break from these rocks.
Making a bold statement about me, he is the power boy of Western Europe, and I say that in the biggest complimentary way. Such a big brain, and complimented by the rest of his team. They're looking for more elimination points in this game and more control.
And Addis is still going with 6 teams remain. This is the power of the heal strat, but 1 more has joined him. The last player from Clear Visions. Hamodi from Clear Visions is also going for these heal strats. They're actually pretty close by, and finally Addis falls to the play zone, and Hamodi now the only healer out in the blue.
For Romanian Men, they lose another player. They're down to 2 as they have to try and push into the edge of the circle. XTEAM may be looking for their 2nd chicken dinner of the day. It may not be back-to-back, but it certainly will be a good return to form.
If they can make it happen, though, because Big are peppering away at their position, and this hillside is a nightmare to descend. 2 players already going down, and Zombie down into the smoke as well. Half his HP bar gone, and takes more damage as well. The spray is there, and it's just a sliver of HP between XTEAM and elimination on Sanhok.
So good. Mihi on the off angle, giving the information over. Beast and Sway working together as a dynamic duo to put pressure. Nades, utility, shots, peppering down onto XTEAM.
And this whole time, SWAT 69 weathering the storm in their compound. Both of the teammates for Zombie falling, but this guy was trucking in their win. He needs to stand tall now. 3 players from Big, 2 of them swinging out on this position. They're gonna go for the trade-off. Zombie on the wide angle, but it's Mihi again being able to nail it for the squad. Double digits on the elimination count, and now they have control of the circle, and SWAT 69 have to leave.
Is this going to be Big's first chicken dinner in the Super Weekend? Sway goes down, but it's going to be a return. Not quite for Mihi. So close yet so far.
Needs to break away from this rock as well. Out in the field, finds 1, finds 2, and it's Suave up the top, who's going to be pivotal here for Big. Another knock onto PNL would be beautiful, and they find it. Just Nemo now. 2 versus 1 as Mihi can reposition. The look for the res for SWAT 69. Beast, I don't think they're going to look for this res just yet, but he's managed to crawl to the rock, and they could even bring it up to the numbers. The burn is there. Mihi with another nade over the top, and it's going to burn on top of the rock. Is it going to find the damage? I don't think so.
The return nade coming in the direction of Mihi, but more importantly, Beast is being brought back up. It's 2v3.
Mihi out in the open. He nails the shot to one. With the UMP, pushes in close, goes down for his crimes, but the damage is done. Nemo now needs to fend off against two. Behind the rock, SWAT69 looks for the spray of the Beast, but no, it's Mihi going down out in the open, making the sacrifice play, and Beast is able to win out the day. It is big to take the chicken.
Yes, we came into this game when the first circle popped up and it was a John Allen guaranteed Southwest Island finish, but no doubt about it, big executed rotations, positioning absolutely perfectly throughout that game. When phase 4, phase 5 popped up and it went over to the west outside of ruins, I said it was going to come down to Big and SWAT 69. It ended up coming down to that, but look at the damage dealt, the 14 eliminations. John, when you really think about it, should we really be surprised that Big's first chicken dinner comes in Sanhok? Going back to when they were under Destiny, this was their map. So PMPL 2022, Sanhok also seems to be their map.
I mean, sure, but it is Sanhok, right? That's only one game out of 5 on these days. So it's really... if you're good at Erangel, that's fantastic. If you're good at Miramar, you need to work on other stuff. If you're good at just Sanhok, again, it's sort of that tentative. True. It's that tentative position. It's great to have that niche, but you need to be able to bring that to the other maps as well. Not to take away from what Big were able to do there. I think they played that very, very well, going all the way back even to their guard out towards the Eastern Stars.
Yeah, that's the thing. I just think, and it's why I made the statement of Mihi being the power boy of PMPL Western Europe, of Western Europe as a region, because the way he flanked around, the way he was just repositioning himself and getting those angles of information, angles of pressure, was so important from Big, in Big being able to execute this chicken dinner right from the start. But it was also got to give props to SWAT 69, John, because I think they had a much better, much more controlling game in this Sanhok. I was fearful of the circle shifting towards them because of what they didn't do in the previous game, but it was much better this time around.
Yeah, well, an X team were denied just a little bit on that southwest side, so then no double chicken dinner on the day just yet. But that's to be fair, I was expecting a little bit higher damage numbers there from me. He felt like he was always on the spot, being able to make a lot done. But
yeah,
I mean, it's still very effective in the game.
I think it was. I definitely see where it comes from, but I think it was kind of more about what information he was given over, because a lot of the time he was on his own in those positions, so it was always going to be riskier of making noise with those shots, right? So I think he played it perfectly in that regard.
And to be fair, I think we've been spoiled for aggressive, very big wins over the last 2 games. So it's going to be the big win coming on through. Great news for the Bear Paw, and we'll be seeing you after the break.
Welcome back to PMPL Western Europe 2022. It is the spring season here, and it's very exciting to see what's been taking place so far, as we just had a phenomenal match to finish things off. You know, Big was out there chugging their monster energy right before the match began, because that's actually our partner here, our official energy drink partner of PMPL Western Europe. Make sure to check them out, Max. I'm hoping he picked one up during one of the matches to chug here live on broadcast.
Maybe.
That's a maybe. I'm not sure if that's yes or no. But gentlemen, I mean, Big taking the victory, but in the end, the way Big played that out was phenomenal.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going for it. Yeah, but Big, during that entire game, they did drop for the Northwestern Island position, right, and they had to cross. The main issue they had was taking that 5 versus Eastern Stars at the start of that game. Other than that, they wrap around Ruins, and literally no one is going to contest their position from the north, right? So 100% of their focus was teams trying to enter through the south. They eliminate all of them. They get the teams down to only SWAT 69, and they go for the push, which, by the way, the fact that Mihi got himself a decent trade in that push, James, was absolutely mental, but they just get it by sheer power alone, and Big show them why they're one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby here.
Shades of destiny, right, boys? If you think about how that kind of roster was able to put up numbers when it came to Sanhok all that time ago, now we see it once again here. And I think the understanding of moving down from that Northwest Island, moving down to kind of that Ruins area and being able to control that, this is stomping grounds for Berlin International Gaming. And, you know, they were able to get themselves a cheeky, lovely dinner from it.
Is that what it stands for?
Yes, didn't you know?
I didn't know that. Okay, cool.
There you go.
I'm not sure if he's actually being honest right now.
I genuinely didn't know.
That's genuinely what it stands for, boys. Come on.
Whoa, boys, I knew that. Come on. Don't pair me in with Max here. I knew what it stood for.
Oh.
And it stands for Big International...
Oh, wow.
Okay, I was trying to make about wins, but I had nothing. Anyways, 29 points. I mean, again, we look at 29, and if we didn't have any of the first two matches happen today, we'd be like, that's a lot of points. But either way, 14 eliminations on Sanhok. It's them a nice little bump up in the standings. And we can see down the list here, SWAT 69 able to wake up. That's a team that's been very lackluster in the Super Weekend so far. And then thereafter, you see XTEAM off the back of a massive win earlier on today, get themselves another 16 points.
I mean, I'm actually happy that SWAT 69 did play the trifecta this time around. Right? They didn't do it last Sanhok game of yesterday. This time, they actually took the opportunity. They moved in relatively quickly, and they were gatekeeping a lot of the teams trying to enter through the eastern side. So they were actually trying things out, which I can heavily appreciate. Plus, that second place is always good to see. But I didn't know they could actually do it. But TJB actually get eliminations on Sanhok. Great. More, please. Give me more of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was expecting James to jump in. Yeah, looking at the second page now, you can see Eastern Stars down towards the bottom of the table. Unicorns of Love as well off the back of a big win out of them. Super young roster. And Game Lord has been getting kind of comfortable. I guess maybe not getting out of bed too well this morning, because they've just been stuck on the second page, which feels like almost every match today, actually.
Yeah, they can afford it. That sounds ridiculous, right? But, like, you know, considering the massive day that they had yesterday, it's definitely been an opportunity for other teams to shine today. I think is an understatement, I suppose. Game Lord, it's not been the best of days, but that happened.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we saw it happen in league play for some other teams like Eastern Stars. But let's maybe look ahead now. Let's take a look at Big and their player stats. And we were talking about the push out of Mihi. We obviously talk about, even before Mihi could get to that position to win out in that initial battle, that firefight, Swave was doing a phenomenal job of giving him that cover so he could transition behind one of the rocks that he was in, directly in line of fire. I believe it was Schofield, was able to get around in time and actually reposition to allow them to actually close this one out.
I mean, we had a player quote from him, right, Jason, a few days ago on socials, where he said, we will chase you down if we have the chance of doing so. And literally, that's what they did this time around. 883 damage for Mihi, plus also the 6 eliminations. Like, this is the Big that we can expect. And also the question that we brought up earlier, right, James, which was, we want to see what Big can do when they make it into the late game as, you know, a 3-man or 4-man crew. And this is what they can bring to the table if they do not lose players in the early game. I want to see more of this in particular, just avoiding early fight skirmishes that don't really serve any purpose. And if they do avoid those, I mean, chicken dinners, as we see from this game in particular, is definitely possible for them.
Yeah, I think the natural advantage, again, is also there for a Big, even going up against SWAT 69. SWAT 69, they had a compound, and then they were kind of chilling in there for a while, and then they had to come out of it, right? In Sanhok, when you're playing that style, yeah, if the circle centers on you, you're chilling, right? But having to come out of there against a big that was pretty warm off the back of some of the fights that they were in. You watch that last moments play out, Jason. I mean, how many people are really, you know, siding with SWAT 69 there compared to Big? I think a lot of people are probably siding on Big rounding out that fight.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, would you guys agree with me in this, that Big is probably the scariest team in the lobby right now when it comes to these firefights, or do you think there's another team out there that does outweigh them?
It's Big. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of what we've seen so far here through the league play coming into this as well, as much as, you know, we kind of painted that picture of when they were going up against Game Lord, when they were on Miramar in league play. Yes, Big sweeping for fights, sweeping for eliminations, but Game Lord's the one that kind of challenges them out. But Big is the absolute apex predator right now when it comes to this lobby at the moment, I think, and they are looking hungry for those constant bear yum-yums.
Okay. Yeah, bear yum-yums. I mean, you went from like apex predator, something like so manly and beastly,
cool.
to yum-yums. Well, let's take a look at actually to the players a little bit more in depth, a little bit of a raid. Okay, we're going to overall standings, I guess. We'll take a look that Eastern Star is currently in first place, albeit by 4 points, and it's allowed other teams to catch up quite heavily now. As you can see, XTEAM closing that gap, actually closing that gap quite a bit, obviously off the back of their massive victory earlier on today. And then looking on the list here, Unicorns of Love actually on the front page.
Yeah, it feels good to see them on the front page. Of course, that's mostly off the back of their chicken dinner on game 2 of the second Erangel game of today, so that did help a lot there. But I'm seeing Big, they'll getting closer and closer, right, to being potentially the top fragger of the lobby. They're still a decent, 8 eliminations away from XTEAM that are currently the leading fraggers of the lobby right now. So Big are getting there. They are once again playing to their strength, which is playing aggressive, but I still want to see more macro decisions being made to make it to that late game. And if they do, I think they could overtake first place at the end of this Super Weekend. It's definitely not out of the question here.
I mean, you're saying it's good to see Unicorns of Love on this first page, but it really has been feast or famine for them, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
there are
true.
2 wins. They got 27 points in that first win. In the second win, it was even bigger than that. So across those 2 games, the vast majority of the points have just come from those wins. Everything else has been a bit catastrophic. As you say, Max, you said it before on one of these segments, you want to see just kind of that more consistency coming out from them, because we know that they're capable of doing so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unfortunately, it's just if the circle comes their way, that's where they get the chicken dinner. I want to see them get, some top 5, some top 3s with just some good eliminations. If they don't get the win, that's fine. But I want to see the games where they do not get the wins just have better average points overall coming their way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if we're speaking about average points, you look at TJB there. They're one of the 2 teams on that front page without a chicken dinner. And if you talk about maybe like RESQ and day 1 of league play going under the radar, TJB to me has gone pretty much under the radar for the entirety of the Super Weekend. Does it seem like they've been able to hit that same kind of level of power we saw them when they're previously known as Unicorns of Love or previously known as PENTA?
Yeah, they look just afloat, right? Which is not what you expect from this team. I don't know, maybe if it's like the roster's dynamics changed quite a bit with Lang and Lang being added in, but it's not gelling just yet.
Exactly.
Yeah, and do you have any thoughts into that? Maybe why? I don't know if you did an interview with them before the event began yet, Max, but it seems weird to have like Lin and GK First, who were like the strongest players on Unicorns of Love when they were known as that, and like they're not able to really hit the level of play that we saw before. Maybe is it just a learning curve, you think?
I mean, I haven't had an interview with them. Maybe soon I'll have one, so I might be able to ask for a little bit of insight. But as James said, and I think that's you just hit the nail on the head right there, which is this team has had one of the bigger changes that we've seen in this tournament compared to your Eastern Stars and Game Lords, which are pretty much the exact same roster except for maybe 1 or 2 players changing around. Here you're having 2 main additions, which are in these games pretty much 100% of the time almost. It is changing how you're going to change your shot calling, how you're going to rotate, and how you're going to play the game as a whole. So I think that this first week is like just a trial for them, and I think that things are going to go smoother as time goes on, but it's still a little bit rough around the edges for them so far.
Yeah, rough around the edges, learning curve. And speaking of learning, you guys at home, if you're not really a competitive player, you're more casual. Luckily for us, John Allen brings his beautiful voice to talk to us more about Erangel. And when we do come back after that, we're heading straight into our 5th and final match of the day.
Erangel. The fictional island, brewed around the Cold War era, has become a second home for all the survivors who have stepped on the battlegrounds. Erangel is synonymous to PUBG Mobile, and it's the oldest and most played map of the game. This 8x8 map features a uniquely familiar landscape, including everything from lush rolling hills, rocky mountains, farmlands to urban sprawls and industrial outposts. And it is this variety in terms of competitiveness, versatility and flexibility that makes it so much fun to play. From the dense urban areas of Georgopol, Yasnaya Polyana and Pachinki to the more spread out points of interest such as Severny, Milta and Ferry Pier. The map loves to throw you off the game with sudden zone shifts and unpredictable circles. This slow yet tense gameplay throughout the match makes it a heaven for the fans of the original Battleground experience.
You see, it is Xenox, one of the best CQC players in the game. Secures the point. He's an MVP. He's going. He's hungry. And he gets the squad wipe. And he gets the squad wipe.
The isolated military base to the south of the map is a challenge in itself, with only 2 bridges to and from the location. While swimming and boats may seem like natural options, they can also be incredibly risky, and teams are likely to be sitting ducks while in the water. Although the central part of the map is a comfortable landing point, areas like Skul, Rozhok and Pachinki can get extremely crowded, offering both positioning and loot. Most locations are connected by a vast road network, and the farmlands and plains are easily traversable if you have the right vehicles. Thus, traveling around the map is a smooth experience, and picking fights becomes much easier. With lots of cover for players to use, mid-range fights and urban warfare is quite common. Slamming into enemy compounds using vehicles is the bread and butter of competitive gameplay. Erangel also supports a diverse set of buildings, and the correct parkour skills can be used to outsmart and outmaneuver the enemies. In simple words, mastering Erangel is mastering PUBG Mobile in itself, because this map offers the best of all worlds.
There we go. That's everything you ever need to know about Erangel. There's no more information possibly you could ever learn, Blake.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into the game very quickly as well in just about 10 seconds time. Good job, John. You voiced that in the actual break there, I heard. It was just a video that was playing and then you just talked over it. So it was a bit annoying having to sit here in, you know, the voice chat with you whilst you did your little voiceover. But I think you nailed it. I think it was scripted to a T.
It's lucky that they chose the same towns and positions and locations to highlight that I was going to say, because that was just complete chance. Like Pachinki, Yasnaya, they were like, oh, great.
Oh yeah, we've got B-roll for that. Yeah, we have a fantastic production team over here at PUBG Mobile, so it's not a problem for those guys. We are having our plane path come down from Novorobnoye all the way up to Mid-Gatka. I'm going to call it Mid-Gatka. Is that okay? Midwest Coast? Midwest
Matka.
Coastal? Yeah, Matka. There you go. Perfect. This is... I'd say we've had some weird plane paths today, honestly. This is not too bad. I mean, again, Eastern Stars. This time they're going to be dropping out towards Milta Power. I think they could have probably got up to North George. Again, they would have been looting a little bit late, though. So with a quick and easy drop over to Milta Power, get looted up early, and then have a chance to rotate whilst it's not still congested over in this area. I'd take that. I'd take that.
You take the dub there. Swat69 early out to Novo. At the moment, yeah, Eastern Stars. Yeah. Taking that eastern side. Not too much conflict just yet. I imagine it's going to be, again, some vehicle hot drops that really start to pop off in the early game. Looking at TJB, actually, have had a little trouble with those early game scuffles in the past, and they are going to be moving in towards that Gatka split. Okay, we've had a south plane before, but it was complemented by a south circle. This is the opposite, a hard northern shift.
Yeah, this is going to make things slightly more awkward. Again, Big will be making their way up towards that top side in Severny. Beg for mercy, 17 elims, but 17 elims across the board for Octavian and Victor also. But not the one we expected to see up there. So it was a bit of an off game for the XTEAM over on Miramar, where Ghoul and Zombie stood up in such a massive way. Beg for mercy still putting out those numbers consistently. However, Mickey is able to take that second place spot after a fantastic game over on Sanhok last time with 3.3k. So good stuff there. No one's getting any headshots, so this is pitiful numbers.
No, not just yet. Not just yet, but look at that. 4 for Athis. That's certainly more than none, you know. I think, I'm not entirely sure if this is just from Super Weekend games, but we have only played 3 games on Erangel, right, so far in this Super Weekend. So maybe if it's only from those 3 games, I can understand only 4 headshots.
Yeah, just 4. Cheeky 4. 1 per game. That's all you need. Looking at this one though, let's take a quick look at the map. Pull that bad boy up. Unfortunately for you guys, I can't pull the bad boy up on your screen, but I can tell you what's going on around it. Right now, we've got PENTA over in Sosnovka, SWAT 69 Novorotnoye as per usual, XTEAM in Milta, so forsaking that spot up towards North George, where we've seen them make a few rotations up there quite a few times. TJB still making that odd split between Gatka. I mean, it's still fair to go for it because you've got the two Gatka compounds and they want to control the majority of these fields. That's okay. With this Northern Shift, most likely going to expect to see them head up towards the compound underneath Everest, send two up top, get some scouting done there. But at the moment, it's a chilled out start to this game on Erangel. Not too much happening. Game Lords still making their excursion up towards Yasnaya, where they will proudly call it home for at least a couple of phases. And look at that, they come up on the screen as I talk about them.
Perfect. Yasnaya Polyana. Two of their players a little bit further south, and Victor really the only player in there at the moment. Yeah, he has a level 1 backpack. Or does he even have a backpack right now?
No backpack.
No backpack. No backpack.
Non-backpacking.
Level 1 helmet, level 1 vest. I mean, this is the sign of a player who went to a vehicle and just went straight away, right? Grabbed whatever he could in the nearest building and then hopped in a vehicle. And now, to be fair, they get to loot Yasnaya. They'll be fine.
Shockwave already taking a knock here. I think they're heading up to Zaki, you know. Fortunately, Langx, whatever your name is, is going to go down here. Like, they got Langz, got Langx. I said it wasn't hard, and I'm finding it difficult, unfortunately, for me.
That's all right.
Yeah, already one knockdown for TJB. This is what happens when you have an awkward split like this. I don't think they expected anyone to challenge them out here. And unfortunately for that, with their split, they will lose one member of the team.
TJB playing 3 at a time, not going to have any luck against Shockwave. Big made their way all the way up to Severny already. They are now there and into the action. Shockwave are going to move up as well over to the top side. Where do you think they're going to stop blank here? Because there's a lot of potential. Okay, Zaki. That's fair. That's fair. It might actually happen. It is Shockwave.
Yeah, well, actually, I was talking with Kalaris about this because, you know, me and Imperium had our little discussion about whether Zaki was a good spot or not. And Kalaris even brings up a good point as well that I didn't think of in the moment, which is it is so far away from a lot of these playing paths that by the time you get up there, your looting phase is happening so late. Like, if they get up to Zaki, which I'm going to imagine takes about another 30 to a minute before they can properly start looting, they will have started their looting phase at 6 minutes 30. When most top-tier teams over in PMGC finish their looting phase around about 2 minutes 33 minutes. And then they start to look to make rotations. So in my opinion, this is ridiculous. I'm just going to go right out and say it.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair. But you also then have to consider how long it takes to get to the edge of the circle, specifically for this one, for this exact scenario. You say, okay, well, you know, they're ending their loot phase at 2:30. Well, then they have to rotate, and then there's some rotational phases, and it's arguably easier to rotate during a loot phase because less teams are there. I mean,
let me pose you a little
scenario. I agree with you. I agree with you in principle, but it's a bad spot to go too late.
Okay, let me pose you a scenario, right? XTEAM, here they are, Milta, right?
Yeah.
They've practically finished looting right now.
Yeah.
They haven't had to rotate. Why do you think that is, John?
Because
they're right next to the circle. In Milta, which was basically over the plane path direction, right?
But then you're coming in. Then you're coming in from the north side. You're already through that blockade, right? Because the difficulty for XTEAM is that there's actually like 3 teams in that area to their north. You've got clear visions in Rozhok.
Sure.
Game Lord, you're making fun of me.
I'm not. I promise.
You're making a fool out of me.
I'm not making fun of you.
I don't think that Zaki's a good spot. I'm just saying it's not awful.
You do, don't you? You love Zaki. I've seen you with your little paintings in your room.
I don't even have any pillowcases with a picture of Zaki on them.
I've seen you handing notes back to Zaki in the class saying, "Do you want to go out with me? Yes or no?" It doesn't even reply. It's a sitting.
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
It has no feelings.
Waiting for
I know, unfortunately. Maybe I'll pretend to be Zaki.
Just as per my last note.
Make you feel better.
What's going on?
But yeah, man, I'm not making fun of it. I think it's good. I think it's actually good to have both sides of the conversation, right? Because that's how things get solved. But I think we can quite firmly solve that Zaki is a bad, depending on the circle and also playing path. But I think the amount of circles, the amount of playing paths that make Zaki a comfortable spot to play in is very rare. And I don't know if it's because Shockwave got that one win playing in Zaki, and they're like, yes, Zaki is the best spot ever. Why has no one thought of this before? That now they think it's so amazing. Anyway, I'm going to get off this topic.
They did go to Zaki, by the way. We aren't just talking about this for no reason. They did go to Zaki.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
I don't know if that would come up on the stream, but they did go.
No, I don't think it did. I think it's good that you did make a confirmation there. So we're not just talking sillies here. They did go to Zaki. But yeah, so what's this in Schofield? Currently crawling up to the bridge, looking to see it. This is so unfortunate. This is the first time that Penta has tried to head over the East Bridge. SWAT 69's picked up on it, and they're like, yeah, we'll hold you out here. That's very sad. At least this way Penta will get some early fighting in, as opposed to phase 3 Penta send it into the circle and see what happens. And usually that means a 4-man wipe.
A North River shift as well. We've got the top C in this next circle. That's
the worry I have here. Sorry. The worry I have here, John,
is the Shockwave win.
Yeah.
Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah. But the thing is, I worry because I think it's going to be a false positive for them.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. Anyway, what were you going to say, John? I do apologize.
I don't remember. I was too preoccupied with the fact that we were going to both talk about Shockwave, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we were both going to get onto the same topic. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Fair enough. I think Penta has smelled the danger. Smelt the danger over on that eastern bridge and are moving across the western side, which seems like a better option to me, considering we do get a western shift on this circle, moving through Gatka up towards Ruins. Maybe a better idea, but it does mean that Penta's going to be out of the blue just a little bit longer. Phase 2, not so bad, John.
Not so bad. Not so bad. Have to get a little bit of a shifty on, though, on the south side. It's a long way to go, and with 2 really hard north shifts, and remember, a south plane path. This is going to severely impact the amount of loot on board in general for a lot of these teams.
Yep. What I actually hope happens is you get another northern shift, and it actually incapacitizes Penta's ability to go for that phase 3 rush. Yeah, it is.
Okay. That's fair.
Is it?
I'm pretty not sure. Well, their blood gets incapacitized, as does his teammate. Finding a second knock, but Real Tigers 9 struggling to summit this, as Mango has to find the last on towards Tink. And the off angle is the last presence now remaining for RESQ. 3 players down, but not out for Real Tigers 9.
I will say that Real Tigers 9 are one of my favorite teams because I just see them as the bar brawlers. Oh dear, that's one run down onto Nazgod. Hyper's coming back round for some more.
He wants to swing it out behind the smoke cover this time. I think it would be too much to hope to try and get another frag there, but no. Mango puts him out of his misery and sticks this res if he can get it. He's broadside on the hills, a little bit of cover, but there is no HP on that bar blank.
Well, you're not wrong. There isn't any HP on the bar. By all rights, that player should be out of this game. So count his lucky stars there, and his lucky teammate managed to grab him just on the brink of death, somehow pull him back. He literally saw the white lights and then felt a firm grip on his shoulder that ripped him straight back into reality. What I was saying is that Real Tigers 9, definitely the bar brawlers of the lobby. I feel like every single fight I see them in, it's so chaotic, grenades flying everywhere, middle of the fields fighting, all the vehicles pumped up on top of one another. They seem to come out on top a lot. And I will say they do have some team fighting capability. Also, I looked it up. I think it's incapacitated or incapacitates. That would be probably the correct word. I just really liked how long the word I was creating in my head. And
I don't even remember what the word was. It's fine.
Incapacitized.
I
Unless
like
that
it.
is I'm gonna have to.
No, it's not
you
a
have
word.
to
I'll tell you now. I'll tell you now. It's not a word.
Take over a sec.
It's not. Well, the next shift comes through and it goes over towards Roshok. So, well, with a little bit, it's still north of the river, but a little bit of a further easterly shift, kinder to the teams that have yet to cross on those central bridges. It allows a lot more options in terms of the rotations from the south side. SWAT69 actually going all the way up to the north of the Yasnaya Lake. They will crash into Unicorns of Love. And in fact, I think that's going to happen right now, Blank. I think it's going to pop off on that northeastern side. And the Unicorns of Love, at the moment, getting the better end of the deal. Nemo falls and is flushed.
Yeah, honestly, right now, Unicorns of Love having a good time, takes down SWAT69. We have confirmation that Incapacitize is not a word, back to the game. Unicorns of Love, very much enjoying their rotations at the moment. And you know what? I think it's been alleviated by the fact that Eastern Stars makes their way into these circles a lot earlier than they did before. Recently, it's been Unicorns of Love, SWAT69, Game Lord on this northeastern edge or northwestern edge, regardless of where we're looking at, you know, that have really struggled because there are so many teams in that area and it's all congested. Now if Eastern Stars moving in fairly early, it means that Unicorns of Love only really have to deal with 2. XTEAM come up against Eastern Stars here. Athis starts the fight out strong.
2 big hitters from today. Eastern Stars and XTEAM at loggerheads now. In an open field, 1 player is down and it's from XTEAM's side, but Game Lord are chiming into the fray as well, but Beg for Mercy falls to the DP of Kapahala. It's a 3-way fight now, Blank.
Yeah, I will admit I love Game Lord's capability to move in on these fights that are currently happening, take advantage, whilst also securing strong positional advantage as well, which is exactly what you want to see from a third party. Is not only are you causing problems for 2 other teams, but you're also in the meantime setting yourself up for a strong late game finish, which is perfect. Game Lord, Akashi runs down even Unicorns of Love players as well. So honestly, Game Lord are on a tear at the moment. XTEAM, Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars, all feeling the weight of this team from Game Lord.
I feel the communication skill between these players. Obviously, I don't sit in their comms, I don't know, but it looks like they know what's on each other's minds all the time. It's absolutely incredible what these guys are able to do. Their info gathering, their presence on the map. Even on games where they haven't won, I feel like they've made a really solid rotations.
And this is what happens when you have such a successful team coming back into a PMPL like this, because they already have a lot of that pre-built successful synergy, right? It's synergy that has produced results. And so when you have that motor that's running fine, you know if you start up the engine, that car's going to go regardless of what happens. A lot of these other teams still experimenting, right? Eastern Stars bringing Dora into the mix. Who is it? I believe it's Unicorns of Love. Bringing Icy in there. Honestly, you're still figuring out if that engine works. Does it run for 100 miles? Does it run for 200 miles? How does it work particularly? For Game Lord, they've already got that winning horsepower, and I think that's what's really helping them out here early game in this tournament. Things could change later on once people start figuring out their engines, how they work. Is it auto? Is it manual? These are all massive things that can make a big difference.
Well, actually, the engine isn't what decides if it's automatic or manual. That's the gearbox, unfortunately.
It's the car. Just talk about the car.
Oh, well, you know, I did the car explainer. I know a lot about cars. I don't know anything about cars.
Know.
I take that back, James. Please don't hurt me. Oh, no, I didn't mean it. Please don't talk to me about cars. We're going back on board with Game Lord, and they're still proving to be a problem. They are making it an issue on this eastern side. But again, look, okay, there's an issue on this eastern side. They're going to move north. They're going to try and evade the issue. And I feel like, I mean, maybe it's just kind of a little bit of an obvious play to go around this compound, but I like it. The fact that it's Game Lord doing it makes it genius.
Yeah, exactly. We've hyped them up so much now. What I do enjoy, though, is they are constantly moving. I don't think I've seen them sit still for very long at all so far. Eastern Stars have just moved further in to greener pastures, trying to look for a safe haven to stay. I mean, they're down to 3 players. You know, this is where Eastern Stars starts to shine, is their capability to disengage, reevaluate, and I like that from them so far. Again, I was talking about this with Imperium. That's a case of Eastern Stars, for me, it's more a big focus on macro at the moment, this Super Weekend. Less focus on eliminations, less focus on fragging. They're just looking to get to those later stages of the game. Everything else in terms of that micro play, that can come later. But figuring out this macro is super important to do early on in the tournament.
Real Tigers 9 taking shots over towards Tam Tam from Super Young roster, but TJB aren't going to let that one go unpunished. Ahead of the game, they move in to the circle as Real Tigers 9's attention is taken to other parts of the map.
Super Young roster looking over towards Big at the moment. It's just Ali remaining. I do think that Ali is one of the most fantastic players coming out from Super Young roster. Unfortunately, gun to gun, this guy is very good, but gun to the front of a car, it's not going to go your favor.
Gun to bumper action, not ideal for the pedestrian in that scenario. Big, though, lose a player out on the wide, and it's only going to be Mihi, who's, to be fair, putting numbers up for Big.
Yeah, and this is why I think when you've got that, when we finally get that mode, when I talk about that, clear vision, towards Mihi. Some fantastic performances coming out from this guy so far, but can he keep that up? Nade goes to the top, he's enveloped by the blue, it's not a good time whatsoever. Nice nade, we'll take him out, that's Big out of the game. What I was going to say is when we get that 50 versus 50 mode in PUBG Mobile, not confirmed by the way, I think that it should just be no guns, just everyone in buggies. That's the most efficient way to fight.
Can you imagine? To be fair, I reckon you could get good value, like in terms of like the value of each person in that lobby. If you can take down 2 players, that's valuable because you're up on that trade, right? Overall, it depends how much of a team player you want to be. But if you can get 2 for 1, that's a good trade. You could probably just plow into a position and find 2. Why not?
Exactly. What is it? Are we playing 50 buggies versus 50 guys with M4s fully kitted?
Who would win in a fight?
That would be a good game mode.
I think
50
you know
dudes
what?
or 50 buggies.
I don't want M4s. I feel like that would be too weighted to the guns.
I think so.
I think you want a player on Miramar, and I think you want to give them SLRs.
That would be cool. That would be very, very cool. What's also cool right now is that Game Lord's moving over towards the northern side of the map with all players still in tow. Giants down towards this southwest side. Now, I do think that Giants have had some success, and I like the team. Again, I do still stick by my guns that Salazar is a bit of a loose cannon for them. They need to figure that out.
That is timing. That is timing and a half, and GK first suffers. What a push out from 4 Romanian Men to just be able to... I don't think that was a read. I think that was a little bit of
just timing,
unfortunate timing for GK first.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, but also one of those movie moments. Just slams open the door, runs up, gets the knock, and then immediately back into his hovel. Giants currently fighting off against FTY, who have knocked up on this area.
It's the DBS.
Grenades going through it. Oh my lord, it is the DBS.
Finds 2. He's found 2 knocks already with it, and around the door side pops a couple more, and it's the rundown to boot. Goodness me, Giants. They hold out, and it's FTY to crumble in the face of the DBS.
I mean, right there, that was a circus fight. I'll tell you that right now. But Kalaris, as well as Manx, will be happy about that on the desk because they got to hear the satisfying noise of the kashlunk, which is always very satisfying. Real Tigers 9 moving through, clear vision. I will see both these teams, you know, not exactly on my radar, but definitely making it towards the end of these games fairly frequently at this point. So they are fixing things slowly but surely. But to me, there's still a very distinct difference between the skill level from 5th downwards to 5th upwards. I think it's very rare that we see this in tournaments, but we're already seeing a clear cut of the creme de la creme at the top of the tournament at the moment. XTEAM going down in 9th, so it really does feel like that Miramar was just a bit of a one-off, which is so weird when it was such an amazing one-off.
I mean, speaking of the creme de la creme right now, Low, what light from yonder window breast is the northeast, and Game Lord are the sun. Unfortunately, though, it's got a little bit cloudy as the circle shifts away from them. I feel like Game Lord's position in this game is really, really heads up. That's an unfortunate shift away from them. But again, good rotation, solid, and I'm going to keep bringing it up because I think it is standout in this lobby.
Yeah, it's good. Regardless of what happens to this circle now, though, they've cleared this eastern edge. They have a general idea what's happening over on this side. Look, you've got this, you can see the lineup there as well. So they're gathering information at the same time, still have the vehicles. They've kept them out of purview of the enemy team. So realistically, you know, these guys can set up a bunker with the vehicle should they need to in the late game, and they have very fast rotations because of it. So overall, it is super happy days for Game Lord. Now, being a 4-man at the moment, I would expect Game Lord to at least get a 3rd place in this lobby. They still have a couple more teams to deal with, but most of them have been damaged, have taken casualties. The only 3 teams with 4 players at the moment are Giants, Clear Vision, and Game Lord themselves, with 6 eliminations sat right at the tippy top.
Clear Vision, though, might lose a couple here as Real Tigers 9 are eliminated. The send forwards towards TJB for Clear Vision, and they make it, but they lose a player. Now it's just Giants with 4 standing in the face of Game Lord's approach from the north.
Most teams already made it in. They're trying to get in there early. Akashi takes a tumble, will hit the ground there, have to be brought back up into the group. PUBG about, still playing with Lin and Lang Z. No Lang X to be seen, so no mistakes from me either, guys. Clear Vision, tossing nades over the top towards these pylons. Electric fences won't keep those nades out for long.
That looks good. It's not going to do all of the damage, but certainly going to put the fear of God in them.
God?
I don't know why I said it like that. That was weird, wasn't it?
Casting with Imperium now.
I know. It must be. It must be.
Yeah. Athis looking towards 4 Romanian men, and this time the timing is not good. You've run straight onto a Molotov. Looks like Eastern Stars have learned their lesson. There's still a couple of players from 4 Romanian men still there, running with 3 players. This is good from Eastern Stars. I think they've had a real step up today in terms of performance, honestly. I think the way they've been playing out these games, getting into the circles early, finding those sneaky positions, because a lot of these teams are playing edge at the moment. Eastern Stars deciding rather instead to play much more central. Game Lord have to fend off versus Clear Vision though, John.
This is a massive sweep on the western side. Teams are dropping like flies out here, and it's just Samo and Game Lord put them down. It's going to be the western edge to be claimed by Game Lord. Everybody out on that west, I think there are about 3 teams there. They just got swept, but now it's Game Lord who need to survive. Eastern Stars have them under the purview, and Unicorns of Love through it all with 1 player remaining, with Icy left standing, are up to the top 3.
Yeah, Icy still going here is massive, and I do think that we have. I don't think I've talked about Unicorns of Love enough today, but I think they've had a really good, solid amount of performance going through. I mean, I talked about at the beginning of the game how they feel much more comfortable on that eastern edge, with Eastern Stars moving in much more early, and I think that is giving them more time to breathe, more time to think about their decisions, and I think those decisions are getting much more clear and accurate as the game goes on. We do have very much open ground ahead of Game Lord, of Eastern Stars holding this really nice compound with a lot of areas to play around. You know, it's going to be difficult for Game Lord to get in, but that is where those vehicles I talked about come back into play.
Game Lord close to Icy as he makes that approach. Nade is long, and it's going to do a lot of damage. Doesn't find that final knock, but Robs has got it in hand. Easy with the LMG. Now 3 players from Eastern Stars. It's the battle for the top of the tables.
You respect that, though, from Game Lord immediately removing that foreign object of Unicorns of Love, instantly get a knock, and then a flush shortly afterwards. That's going to open up this fight massively. And to be able to play this from over here, very, very well done. Eastern Stars, unfortunately, weren't able to use that time to their advantage where Icy was going to give Game Lord problems, because Game Lord just wiped him off the map almost instantly.
Eastern Stars down to 2 with a cheeky pick-off. Earlier into the fray. At the moment, no one with a dominant presence in this next circle, Blank.
Everyone's just trying to edge their way, and you can see that the circle is practically on top of this open ground. It's very hard to move in here, but I think Narvalo, with that little lion's perch on the top of that rock, it's going to be pivotal, right? Being able to peek out there and have some form of high ground to play around with in these end moments where the terrain is so flat, like that's going to be a huge advantage for them. I like this smoke from Robs as well, obscuring vision on the left side of your screen there, which means he can be that added bit of threat, right? They've got the 2 versus 2, but then Robs is kind of that backup to cause problems during the mid-fight.
The next circle in. And the impetus on Game Lord to leave. The stronghold behind the hill is being dismantled by time. As Robs shimmies back.
Realistically, if Doran can get up towards this loot crate, it's going to provide him a huge amount of cover. It's a question if you get there or not, but Kabahala going down to Victor is terrible, terrible news for Eastern Stars, and Doran is in no position to pick him up, John.
I think this might be it. I think this is Game Lord going to rampage on over. 12 eliminations so far. If they pick up both of them, it'll be 14. Doran with an 8 out wide. They'll know he's there now, and that's a lot of damage. Could get the knock. No, not going to happen. Victor puts it away.
And that is a fantastic game from Game Lord. I mean, we talked about all the way through, John, the rotation, the heads-up nature of it, that holding onto the vehicles for so long throughout that game was a massive boon. And that disengage potential, I mean, we talked about on Miramar, but it's coming back into effect here on Erangel. They really do pick their fights. And they're not ones to stick around to finish them, but they like to start them up and then cause squabbling and infighting and then leave again. And I think that's a really, really smart play. And I do like the way they keep themselves away from these fights a lot of times.
Yeah, they've got real middle child energy on that one, don't they? They've got
They do, yeah.
They just kick things off between the oldest and the youngest, and they're just like, I'm out. See you later.
Eastern Stars hit me.
They film it for the TikTok and just pop away, you know?
Absolutely.
And pop those points up towards the top of the tables as well. I mean, against the Eastern Stars, I think it was close enough to where that should be the deciding factor. 14 eliminations, a big game for Game Lord. I think they're going to be sat at the top again at the end of day 2, if I'm not mistaken, if my maths is right.
Yeah, well, I'm going to trust in your maths, but look at the conversion rate on this as well. 2,059 to 14 eliminations, and by no means does that mean they had a bad game. I think personally it's just efficiency coming through from Game Lord. It's not a wasted moment from these guys, and I think they really do know where they need to set up next, and I think this is a huge boon to their playstyle. Again, some notable names in this lobby though, particularly Unicorns of Love as well as Eastern Stars. I'm loving the way that Unicorns of Love are starting to play on this edge side much more cautiously. I think it's the way that they're being a lot more careful, right? And really putting a lot of attention on getting to that end game. And then on the other hand, Eastern Stars with their center play, this is also fantastic stuff.
Victor at the top with 5 eliminations. Icy, though, doing a lot of work in terms of the damage numbers, sure, for Unicorns of Love. 3rd place finish for the squad and 2 pink shirts on the round report.
Yeah, I think individually, Unicorns of Love have a stack of fantastic players. They just need to mesh a little bit more because, you know, when we do see them as a 4-man at the end of the game, they feel unstoppable. But a lot of times, you know, it's that synergy that we're lacking a little bit. I think that will come with time, though, John, and that's what I'm excited to see towards Super Weekend 2, Super Weekend 3.
Oh, we've still got one more day of this Super Weekend to go. Of course, that'll be tomorrow. But right now, we're going to have the desk after this break.
As you guys saw there, it is the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile, and the AR treasure hunt is underway. You just have to head over to PUBGM, the number 4, THDimension.com. So PUBGM4thDimension.com, and you can find all the AR airdrops over there, and you can collect some amazing prizes. It's over 100,000 euros at stake, and not to mention limited edition iPhone 13s. And you saw them at the very end. They're very sweet. I would love to grab one myself. So maybe, actually, I don't even know if we're allowed to play contractually in winning any of these items. I have to check in with someone later on to see what to do with that one. But in the meantime, we saw GameLord take a victory here and add another check mark to the amount of money they're going to be getting in this event. That puts them up to 3,000, if I'm not mistaken, Max.
Yeah.
And while watching the match, you point out something in particular that really shows how smart they play.
I mean, how smart they play in this game. Which point? I said a lot
Clear
of things.
vision when they were trying to push it towards the final zone.
Oh, okay, that was the part you were thinking about.
So smart, Max.
I just forget what I say when I say something smart.
He's just too smart. He just doesn't know what smart thing he said.
Yeah, because Clear Vision were trying to enter into the circle, as you usually do, and GameLord saw that and instantly stopped and tried to reevaluate the entire situation, and then looked at and started scouting the circle and where teams were positioned, like, oh, well, they're actually secluded in their own position. Let's just breach them, and we're going to have full control of the western side, and that is the mark of a team that's perfected the edge play. They do it so well. Clear position, take control, and push from that position inward, and that's why GameLord now finally have their 3rd chicken dinner of the Super Weekend, and they just keep on dominating here.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit quiet, wasn't it, before this one came in, for today at least. I mean, they've still had, plenty of eliminations here and there, but 29 points, nothing to scoff at. That's going to be solidifying themselves very nicely at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, speaking of which, though, Jason, Eastern Stars as well. A bit quiet, but then coming in once again with another 17 points for themselves.
And even Unicorns are love on top of that. Like we mentioned before, it's been feast or famine for them today, able to get 15 points, so able to help themselves climb the leaderboard a bit here. And then looking down the rest of the list, I mean, for Romanian Men, we haven't seen them too far up the rankings in a little bit of time. Giants gaming as well, and Big, I think this is one of the first times we've seen them on the front page today. Yeah. So been a little bit rough for some teams out there in particular, but at least for GameLord and Eastern Stars, able to close things out very strong. But the second page, well, XTEAM, looks like people are not afraid of them just yet, as they only get themselves the 2 points, which is kind of unfortunate. I was kind of hoping it'd be a massive day for them, considering what we saw happen in their first chicken dinner of the day.
Yeah, I would have really enjoyed to see potentially a little bit more backup of that start. Unfortunately, not quite able to happen on these last few games, so a little bit unfortunate. Though I'm still not seeing anything from RESQ, and it hurts because I really would have liked to see after that first day of the entirety of this week, they were like, wow, this team actually has something pretty interesting, and they've just not been able to back it up in these last few games in the Super Weekend. So it's very unfortunate for RESQ. I do want to see them go back to the drawing board, because what they're showing us right now is just not working out.
Yeah, you got ahead of yourself, Max, that day one. But you know what? We brought you back down to earth, because, it's a little rough.
I'm still me. Yeah, I guess.
Mate, at PMGC, you had 0 curse. I'm glad to see all the magic isn't emptied out of your tank just yet when it comes to that. But still, there's time. I mean, your curse isn't that bad this year, so you should be pretty happy.
GameLord are winning.
They are winning. Yeah. Just be careful about how many times you say that. Maybe the curse will hit them pretty hard here. But still, I mean, at the end of the day, right, we got to see a ton. Was it like 4 different matches with like almost 30 points or more happen today? I don't feel like we see that too often, and it seems like things have gone a little bit skewed into the direction of the teams that are winning. Thinking back to PMGC, even in just the league stage, we hardly ever saw games with this many points. Yeah,
today's been one of the most varied and I would say exciting days of EU West as a whole, in terms of those results that we've seen here back to back to back. And XTEAM obviously really started that ball rolling with, and I don't think we're I was about to say ever gonna see quite a big game like that, but it's gonna take a lot of effort for someone to come out with a 24 elimination win. That was something special, and as I mentioned before, I'm gonna be remembering that for a long time.
Yeah, I said it. I'm gonna have to fact check this, but I'm pretty sure this has now set a record when it comes to PMPL Western Europe as a whole in terms of that amount of eliminations in a single game. So yeah, impressive stuff from XTEAM, but we want to see those lower games also get some decent results. From consistency, once again, is going to be the word I want to bring up, that I hope the XTEAM can try and bring to the table here.
You know, Max, I want to go one step further and say that's one of the highest point scoring games we've seen with this format in the entirety of like PMPLs around the world and PMGCs, like any tier that's PMPL level or higher.
Fair. Yeah.
There's too many PMPLs, so I can't follow all of them, but maybe.
Outside of like, I feel like I've seen maybe like a qualifying match somewhere, which isn't exactly like a PMPL, but qualifies into the PMPL, where a team's got something ridiculous, but then the lobby's kind of skewed because in some of those lobbies, like the skill level can be all over the place. At this level, I think you're probably on the money.
Nice. All right, let's take a look at the overall. Teams are on the money, as we talked about GameLord having themselves $3,000 in their pocket. Victor, I'm going to hit you up on Instagram and ask for my cut here, man. Eastern Stars on 2 wins, XTEAM on 1. And well, XTEAM, they had a big step up today. They were in like 5th, 6th place at the start of the day, and now they're up in 3rd and really not too far behind the leaders currently.
Okay, it was mostly down to that one big game, okay? We're not going to be around the bush right now. It was that one game that helped out, but it's good enough. You know what? Top 3 from XTEAM is great to see, but can they hold on to it? Because we're still just at the very start of this PMPL, right? This is just the first Super Weekend, day 2 of the first Super Weekend, so there's still a lot of time, and there's still a lot of opportunities for XTEAM to maybe drop down, but at the end of the day, just need top 16. That's what really matters. And I think that when you're looking at this top page currently, your GameLord, the Eastern Stars, XTEAM, and Big, they're looking really comfortable when it comes to remaining in this top 16, so they're looking pretty good for the rest of this event already.
All right, well, let's head on over to the second page then. We can see, obviously, super young roster rounding things out on the front page. But as we get on towards number 2, this is what kind of concerns me. Looking at the very bottom, and not to call them out in particular, but PENTA on 26 points so far. They're just barely netting, on average, 1 placement point per match. Now, I'm not going to criticize them on the points they have necessarily, the performance, but it's more about thinking into the future. If this is a team who can't re-qualify into the Super Weekend, they are the #1 team susceptible to being knocked out of top 16 and not make it into the finals. So they really need to refresh their mindset going into the final Super Weekend day here.
The main issue for me is that, yes, 26 points there. That means they had 7 points throughout the day. They had 19 points yesterday. So 7 points across these 5 games is a bit of a disaster, to say the least. There's some other slight moves that have happened as well, Jason, that if I may, I would like to talk about. Clear Vision, they were 16th, dead last before today, and now they've moved up to the first page. That's brilliant for Clear Vision. And at the beginning of the day, of course, we started with our comparison between XTEAM and FTY. XTEAM obviously, blasted it out of the park. FTY, not so much. There's been a little bit of movement in terms of the overall points gained, but relative to the other teams around them, they've not been able to keep up what they were able to do in day 1. So yeah, I'm going to continue keeping an eye on that, because I thought the XTEAM FTY comparison was interesting, but XTEAM, showed amazing colors today compared to that.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a reason to be overly critical about any team, to be honest, right, Max? Considering we're, 4 days in total of the entire 4-week-long event. Like, teams are still learning, teams are still adapting their styles, and more importantly, if you don't really have that experience in PMPL before, this is their chance to learn and get better, and they have the opportunity to definitely improve over the next few weeks and then go into the finals feeling top of their game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about, which is we are comparing some of these teams that are struggling at the bottom with some of the top teams that have now played their 3rd season of PMPL Western Europe, right? You're looking at your Game Lords, you're looking at your Eastern Stars. Like, these guys know how things work out in this tournament compared to these newcomers, which are like, well, taking baby steps as time goes on. But of course, the more days happen, they're going to get more experience. Hopefully, they're doing everything in the background to improve also, to do the VOD review, check how things work out, and hopefully adapt every single time if things are not working out for them. So as long as you do that, it's fine to be at the bottom, sorry. As long as you're top 16, you're good to go. But I do hope that they are doing the work in the background to hopefully make those baby steps happen.
I just hope they're not getting too frustrated at themselves as well. I think it could be really disheartening, for PENTA here to be at the bottom of the table, to be, quite a bit of a distance between them and 15th place, because all they need to do is just focus on themselves, right? Like, just take this as a learning experience early on, and as you said, Max, just make sure you're top 16 at the end of the whole shebang.
Exactly. Yeah.
If anything, guys like Halls, you're on PENTA and things like that. We saw them when he was back on Polar Ace. They had, rough starts to tournaments and then gained speed and momentum later on down the line. So, yeah, who knows? Could happen again.
All right, well, gentlemen, it's been a fantastic day here with you guys once again. Of course, our casters of Blank, John, and Imperium. But once again, for all your viewers at home, I want to remind you about our partner, our energy drink partner of Monster Energy, because, well, they're official. They're amazing. They're delicious. And all the teams out there, especially Gamer in particular, got to be chugging those bad boys to get themselves up towards the top of the table and maintain it. They got $3,000. They can afford to buy a ton of monsters. I don't know exactly how many. Max, that'll be your homework going into tomorrow. I expect to know exactly how many monsters you can buy in France right now with 3,000 euros. Or $3,000, right? Because it's not euros. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in today. But make sure you tune in tomorrow, because teams are going to be unleashing the beast in the final day of the Super Weekend. But keep in mind, the time zone change does happen. Daylight savings will hit, so we will be starting, I believe, 1 hour later, if I'm not mistaken. So make sure you set your clocks correctly. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.